Yeah. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 3 of the 31st British Open Wheelchair Tennis Championships here in Nottingham. And it is an absolutely glorious day here on Centre Court, and we've got plenty of action coming up for you. First of all, it is the quad doubles semi-final between Anthony Cotterill, and joining him from GB is Andy Lapthorne, and they are taking on Mr. Brian Barton and David Wagner, the second seeds from the United States.
Greetings from Anna Smith and Paul Hand, and welcome tennis fans to the 31st edition of the British Open Wheelchair Tennis Championships, the tournament, the 5th of 6th Super Series events on the ITF Uniqlo Tour at the Nottingham Tennis Centre. And significantly, this is the last major tournament before the Tokyo Paralympics. This year's entry features 39 Tokyo-bound players. So this year's British Open boasts one of the strongest fields ever, featuring the best wheelchair tennis players on the planet. And first up today, we've a quad doubles semi-final from the bottom half of the draw, featuring the Americans, the second seeds, Brian Barton on the right of the picture there, and the esteemed David Wagner. And they take on Great Britain's Anthony Cotterill and Andy Lapthorne. There's Andy on the right and Anthony on the left, looking high-spirited and pretty relaxed. So we've got plenty for you on Centre Court today from Nottingham. 5 matches will be streamed. And first up, this quads doubles semi-finals. Then we've got women's singles quarter-finals, men's singles, featuring Gordon Reid and Joachim Gerard. Of course, a repeat of that mouth-watering Wimbledon final. Women's doubles and the men's doubles as well. We'll be bringing you that when we show you the order of play in a while. But these guys, well, just getting taped up for the quads doubles semi-final from the bottom half of the draw. And of course, the quad division athletes have upper and lower limb disabilities and are classified on a disability basis, not gender. So these guys just getting ready. British against American clash from the bottom of the draw. And poor hand in the company of Anna Smith. Looking forward to this one. So Anna should be a good one. And these guys have played before to get here as well. Second seed's got a bye. The Americans coming here.
They have indeed. This should be an entertaining contest. Barton and Wagner have won the last three. So hopefully Cotterill and Lapthorne can get their revenge.
Yeah, this is the sixth chapter between these two teams. Barton and Wagner lead 3-2. They've won the last three, the Americans. And Andy Lapthorne, of course, won the Wimbledon doubles with David Wagner. But of course, because with the Olympics coming up, Anna, of course, they want to play with their countrymen, don't they? And get prepared for Tokyo. They'll be on their way very, very shortly out to the Paralympics. And this indeed their last kind of real live tournament situation, I guess, to sort of get that kind of exposure and get used to playing with each other. Takes a little while, doesn't it, to get the nuances of your British and American partner in their respective teams. That's what this is all about. So this is their second meeting here at the British Open after Barton and Wagner won their quad doubles final in Nottingham in 2017. Barton and Wagner have won 3 of the last 4 British Open quad doubles titles together, 2016, 17 and 18. And of course they are split here, other sides of the net. But both partnerships have been an integral part of the World Team Cup victories for their respective countries over the years. So it's blistering heat out here at the Midlands Tennis Centre here, Nottingham Tennis Centre. Glorious sun-kissed scenes. And, well, we've been really treated in that regard, and good weather tomorrow as well. And then I think it's supposed to break just a few rain showers on Saturday, and certainly for Sunday as well. So fingers crossed at the British Open Wheelchair Tennis Championships that it all holds pretty good. But certainly for the next couple of days, we're going to be enjoying some great weather. So these two teams first came to blows in 2015. That was in the BNP Paris Open de France, where they met. All of their meetings actually have been on a hard court, these two teams. In Paris it was outdoors in a semi-final there, and Cotterill and Lapthorne won that one, 7-5 in the third. Indeed, they won the original 2 showings, but then lost 3 times consecutively to Barton and Wagner. From 2017 to 2018, so who knows what's going to unfold today. Could be quite a tight affair. We're just waiting for men to take to court. Takes a little while to get taped up and ready to roar. Anthony Cotterill, he is a 31-year-old right-hander from Holmfirth in Yorkshire. He was born in Macclesfield. He's up to 15th in the world. And of course, Andy Lapthorne, 30-year-old from Eastcote in Middlesex. So he's got 13 Grand Slam titles to his name in singles and doubles. There they are. Andy's the man on the right. For those of you unfamiliar with him, he's back to us. A little bit more decorated than Anthony Cotterill, and they've all had the call up for the Olympics. There's a team of 7 in the British Olympic team going out to Tokyo to take on the world, and they came back from Rio with 6 medals between Cotterill and Lapthorne were part of that Paralympic GB squad of players who won that record of 6 wheelchair tennis medals in Rio. they'll be hoping for a similar kind of situation over the next few weeks, I'm sure. Our Lions team are in place, looking pretty relaxed with shades on the left there. Very experienced umpires and Lions judges enjoying the warm conditions. So our players are taking to the court as they grab the balls to warm up with 6 balls. Best of 3 tie-break sets, of course, in this quad tennis. In fact, all the wheelchair events here from Nottingham. Let's see if we can listen into the coin toss. Just awaiting David Wagner, who I'm told has 30% hand function. That's why he needs to sort of tie up with a lot of tape. Indeed, most of these athletes do. You can see Anthony Cottrell as well on the left of your picture there as well, with a lot of taping, gloves. Okay, so David Wagner electing to call heads. They won the toss and just want to change ends, the Americans, in this British Open. Just confirmation of this one then, the British Open Wheelchair Tennis Championships. The Cottrell and Lapthorne take on Barton and Wagner. So Anthony Cottrell then, 31 years of age, from Holmfirth in Yorkshire. World number 15 at the moment, has been as high as 5 in the world. He's got 9 career titles in doubles. In singles, beg your pardon, and 20 in doubles. Anthony broke his neck after falling into a shallow swimming pool back in September 2003. First got in to play wheelchair tennis the year later, 2004, whilst rehabbing. But together these two will travel to Tokyo shortly, representing Great Britain. Andy Lapthorne, 30 years of age, on the right of your picture, from Eastcote, Middlesex. 13 Grand Slam titles in singles has Andy, and doubles. And first competed in the Summer Paralympics in London 2012, in which he won a silver medal, and is now a 3 times Paralympic medalist and British #1 quad tennis player on the right of your picture there. So the warm-up's underway. Just tell you a little bit more about Andy. He was born with cerebral palsy and played in the quad division of the sport and has been a full-time athlete in it since 2008. He's won 57 singles and doubles titles to date. And in January 2020, he reached a lifelong dream by becoming the world #1, currently ranked world #2. He tried wheelchair tennis at an LGA junior camp, did Andy, years ago. Found a taste for it and went on to join coaching sessions on local park courts in Hillingdon in London before being selected to become part of the LGA, their world-class performance program. And he found success early on with a silver medal, as I say, in the Paralympic Games in London. And then won his first US Open title in 2014. Took a silver medal in Rio 2016 Paralympics as well. So says a little bit of him and how he's got into the sport. But, yeah, a 7-strong team, the British Paralympic wheelchair campaigners. Alfie Hewitt, Gordon Reid, Dermot Bailey, Jordan Wiley, Lucy Shuker, and these two guys as well. Tricky playing conditions, Anna. Pretty warm out there for the athletes. They'll have to stay hydrated, and of course that all starts the night before, doesn't it? Getting plenty of fluids into the system.
Making sure they've got plenty of food as well. I think it's important that they have all of their drinks and any snacks that they need, because like you said, it's a roasting day. We're only at 9:45 in the morning, but it's pretty hot out here and there's not too much wind either, so it's going to be challenging conditions.
Yeah,
absolutely. It's going to be who can deal with them the best.
Tucson, Arizona is Brian Barton, the 47-year-old. 11 singles and 12 doubles titles to his name. He's a 3-times US Open quad doubles finalist with Dylan Alcott and David Wagner over the years, played with the various opponents. But he's competed at the Paralympic Games twice, and has reaching the quarterfinals at the 2012 Summer Paralympics in quad singles as well for Brian. He was born in Hart in Michigan. He's had a lot of success. Very, very experienced. Same age as his partner David Wagner, who resides in Chula Vista in San Diego. A little bit more decorated is David. Yeah, so he lives at the US Olympic Training Center in Chula Vista. He holds 6 Grand Slam singles career titles and 21 Grand Slam doubles titles. Played basketball in high school, did David, and tennis in college. He became a quadriplegic at the age of 21 whilst visiting a friend in Redondo Beach, California during a summer break, and he and his friends were playing frisbee on the beach, and Wagner went chasing after the frisbee through shallow water, attempted to jump over a wave, and well, the wave sort of spun his feet around and landed headfirst in the sand. It left him paralysed from the mid-chest down, so he's 30% function in his hands, so he tapes the racket to his hand. But he's had so much success in this division. He's a lovely, bright fellow, very good-spirited, warm fellow as well, great to chat to. And let's wish him well today. They start, the Americans, as the 2nd seeds and favourites, frankly, having won the last 3 against the Brits.
You'd probably have to say so. It's an interesting dynamic here. You've obviously had Andy and David Wagner have played quite a lot of doubles, and obviously winning just the 2 weeks together at Wimbledon. So it's interesting that they're going on opposing sides of the net now.
So just building up to this one then, quad doubles semi-finals, our first of 5 enticing matches out here on centre court today. Day 3 of the British Open Wheelchair Tennis Championships. If you are just joining us, welcome along. You're in the company of Anna Smith and Paul Hand. Great to have you. Sun beating down. We're just about ready to get underway. Here we go then, David Wagner to serve to get this one underway. Sensible choice from David Wagner at the coin toss, electing to serve with the dazzling sun on his back. As I say, this is a 6th meeting between these two teams, and the Americans 3-2 to the good. They've won the last 3 consecutive showings in this encounter. But the Brits hoping to gain some kind of momentum in the Olympics loom. Cheeky little drop shot there from Andy, wasn't it?
He loves a few little drop shots, doesn't he? He's quite a handsy sort of player. He's able to mix up the spin, mix up the pace. As you can see already, he's trying to get that variety in early on.
Point from the Americans there, twinning nicely to get on the board. That'll be settling. All about good communication, of course.
You come.
Yep. 2 bounces, and of course the first has to be within the doubles court. The rules for wheelchair tennis in each of these disciplines. So 2 immediate break points then for the British duo here. Well, an immediate break of serve then for Andy Lapthorne and Anthony Cottrell. Clever, crafty game of a lot of dinks and drop shots there from the Brits.
It really was. As you can see, they love using the slices, putting a ball in awkward positions, and the Americans just couldn't deal with it. The ideal start. I'm loving the communication as well already between the two of them. Very clear and decisive who's going to take it.
Yeah, and where you'd normally see, perhaps in able-bodied play, you'd see a lot of sort of redlining, power-obsessed tennis world. Here it's a lot more subtle, isn't it? There's, as you suggested, a lot of dinks, drop shots, and putting the ball into awkward places. Trying to rip an angle off the forehand there, Anthony.
Didn't quite get into the right. Yeah, didn't quite get into the right position. It's the right idea.
Yeah, it's a tricky one, isn't it? Because you've got to get quite close to the ball to rip the top spin, but that perhaps a little too close. Easily done. Super play. Really twinning nicely, the Brits at the moment. So a fine start from them, mixing up the height, speed and spins nicely to the Americans. Beautiful topspin lob there from Andy Lapthorne.
You can hear that fieriness as well. He's got that aggressive personality, and you can hear it coming out already.
To keep those to a minimum, Andy. How can they hold on to the momentum engineered with the earlier break of serve? Of course, serve not the dominant factor that it might be in the able-bodied game because of the lower contact position for obvious reasons. Hard to generate as much power. Spin and nuance is very, very important. That's a beautiful return of serve. So break back point here then for Wagner and Barton. They break back immediately to Wagner and Barton, and that was some game, really changing it up nicely.
They did really well, especially after probably playing a slightly disappointing game in that first one, to turn it around and get that break back immediately. Back at 1-1.
Really great that we've got such a long run back and a wide court, isn't it? Because these guys really do, you know, wheel around at such speed. They need vast amounts of court to play with. So Brian Barton to serve. That is amazing, mesmerizing touch there from the server.
Just silky skills, isn't it? I wish I had one of those drop shots.
Incredible touch. Actually serves quite a long way back, Anna, unusually. Nowhere near the baseline. Ah, glorious touch again from Brian Barton there. Really nice hands, getting him out of a lot of danger. It's a really spin-laden serve that deviates a lot through the air from this man of experience. Return of serve, just teasing out error from the server there from Anthony Cottrell.
There's a lot more topspin on that return as well, makes it tricky. But as you mentioned, he does stand pretty far back when he's serving, just to give himself that extra little bit of distance for the ball to just drop in with that topspin. Over pressing a little there with the return of serve, hyper aggressive, just trying to get the upper hand for his team. So easy to do that. Super service hold from the second seeds. First hold of serve of the match. And Barton and Wagner lead this opening set then 2-1. David Wagner on the left of your picture there. It's a 10 times doubles masters champion, along
with fellow American Nick Taylor, who he used to play with quite a lot. He's won 3 Paralympic doubles gold medals, 2004, 8 and 12. So these two 47-year-olds between them are vastly experienced. More so in Wagner. But they know what they're doing, and they've got their
a little spray bottle there.
Yeah, you normally see ice towels, don't you? But that's another way of doing it.
It's a handy little trick, isn't it? But it just shows how hot it is out here. Really tricky conditions.
That's our station, our commentary station there in the red gazebo, just courtside, enjoying this glorious weather. So the Americans marginally then with the upper hand here, a slender 1-game advantage. Early doors in this opening set. Cottrell the last in the serving rotation. Oh, that is a super lob. That is really cleverly played. See Andy Lapthorne here just trying to get the advantage up the court. Didn't quite do enough with the volley. Paid the price.
You can see they just drew them into the net, didn't they? And then they could see that their partner was over the other side of the court and just dinked it over his head.
Go! Go!
Yeah, wonderful touch.
It's great court awareness, isn't it? They noticed that both players were back and they saw that that open space was at the front of the court and they had that skill to just execute.
Danced on top of the net, that one. So close to going over from Anthony Cottrell. Would have been a lovely mix from him. Still with the upper hand in his service game though, 30-15. Well done. Super reactions from the server. Looking pretty sharp, all 4 of them at the moment.
Yeah, they really are. Nice little exchange at the net there. There's a couple of awkward volleys. Came straight at Cottrell, but he managed to find a way just to avoid the net player. Both players trying to stay in the shade a little bit as well. Make sure they don't overheat too much.
Great point all round, all 4 players fully engaged. Just trying to mix the height, speeds and spins and the back behinds, putting the ball into awkward part of the courts. All 4 of them thinking. It's all about decision making under pressure. This was a glorious decision from David Wagner there. Just threads the needle down the line.
Yep.
Oh, stop it. That was an unbelievable angle there. Masterful hand skills.
It really was. You get the impression that Barton and Wagner are really starting just to up their game a little bit.
Yeah, there's a lot of wheel energy, isn't there, from their side of the net right now. Look at the way that they're just motoring around, hunting the ball. And it's putting pressure on the Brits.
There's a lot of aggression, isn't there, from the American pair. You can really feel it just from the side of the court here.
Yeah, they're squeezing their space, aren't they? A
Yeah,
lot.
really pushing after the ball a lot with aggression.
Yeah, 40-15 suddenly Anna becomes a break point down. How will Anthony Cottrell respond here? Oh, he's just missed that. Clever play, but missed the pass by the narrowest of margins. It's a high five with the rackets to keep the spirits up from the Americans. They had an opportunity there.
It was a chance though, wasn't it? The way they've been playing, we thought he might have just found the line, but the British pair got away with it. Can they find a way to just hold the serve and get that momentum away from the American pair?
Well, you appreciate how physical it can be out here on a day like this, because these guys, you know, through the analytics that they've done in studies over wheelchair tennis years, a player can travel up to 10 kilometers in a 3-set match and make up to 800 left and right turns. It's exhausting.
I got it. Go.
Oh, he's found it. That is just splendid play from David Wagner there, who just screeched over to that one with a really keen call for it. They break serve again, serve of Cottrell. They're off to an absolute flyer here, the two Americans. The 3-1 lead after just 17 minutes of play. Go, Bright, go, to no avail. He couldn't quite get there.
He did well to get there, didn't he? But just clip the top of the tape. Another great exchange.
He's been the danger man, hasn't he, David Wagner there, just rolling to the net to pick up that ball for his next serve upcoming. You can see all of his experience is very much centre stage here, the 47-year-old. Beautifully done. Cottrell, just so quick to intervene there.
I think that's something they need to do a little bit more. It feels as if the Americans have been getting the first strike in the rallies, and that's sort of what's changed the momentum. As soon as the British pair can get that first strike in, they're ahead, but it just hasn't happened quite enough.
Oh, how twinning so effectively there. I mean, you measure a drop shot by how many times it bounces in the service box, but that one just stopped about a metre before. Just incredible.
Just so soft with the hands, wasn't it? He
Yeah.
just let the ball just bounce off the racket. Didn't even need to be that good, but just showing off a little bit there.
And of course, it was the shot prior, wasn't it, as well? That big looping forehand from Andy Lapthorne that kind of set it up beautifully. So twinning nicely, the Brits. The Americans deep in conversation as a consequence of that. And suddenly, it's 2 immediate break-back points. Cottrell and Lapthorne. That is a terrific game from the British players. Absolutely brilliant. The way that they spread the court there. So they break the Wagner serve and wheel back round to a much more comfortable position as the Americans are just leading in this opening set. 3 games to 2 after 21 minutes of action out here on centre. And it's been really engaging, hasn't it? The way that the subtleties of quad wheelchair doubles, Anna, with the angles, the drop shots, the communication, the barking out the orders so clearly. It's so apparent, the quality on display here.
Yeah, definitely. It's not quite so much about the power, which is quite nice to see, very refreshing. It's all about opening up the court, the use of the drop shots, the higher balls as well. And their court craft and just the way they're able to construct point is fantastic to see out here. And also their athleticism, they're covering every inch of the court. It's fantastic to see.
Yeah, and of course wheelchair tennis originated in 1976 in the States. Where Americans are from. It was developed and promoted by Brad Parks. Since then it's grown into a worldwide sport. And of course, it's played at all 4 Grand Slams, which is fantastic. It's just been evolving year on year. So Andy Lapthorne shouting, "Have you got the balls, Brian? Bang them down." Now, can Andy Lapthorne hold on to his serve here? Done so well to break the Americans. They trail 2-3, the Brits. Prize money is going up in these events at all the 4 pillars, the Grand Slams. It was up 17% prize money at Wimbledon this year. Coverage of the sport is continuing to expand. High-profile event at Queen's Club last month, the Cinch Championships. Just a loose taping of the players' groups. Crafty little lob. It's a real thinking man's game, this, isn't it, Anna? When when you're sort of underpowered, as you know, relative to able-bodied players, you've got to be so canny with your decisions, and this is why communication, as you can see here, is so important. I'm going to serve there. Consider this. That's where it might come back to.
using that lefty serve well as well. Something that they can use to their advantage, just getting it either jamming into the body or just sliding away.
Well, that's a blink and you miss it service hold from Andy Lapthorne. That'll really aid the British quest to come through this tough semi-final against the second seed. So locking the set out at 3 games all, then he's pleased with himself there. Can they continue with a possible 3rd game to their momentum run? Good energy between the British duo. Oh yes, found the space. Terrific from Cottrell. Good energy from these two, really doing well. Captaining the team is Andy Lapthorne. Very vocal.
You get the sense that when he's on top of his game, he's really able to bring Cottrell up as well. And he just seems to have found that momentum.
Too greedy with the topspin lob. It was a great idea.
You can hear he's a little bit frustrated with himself as well, couldn't you? It was the right shot to go for, but didn't quite need to be that good. Maybe a slight missed opportunity.
Yeah, Brian Barton was wise to it, wasn't he? Did really well on the stretch to get the first. So half chance here for Anthony Cottrell. What can he make this return of serve? Just missed the lob from Wagner. He was just checking with the chair umpire. That one felt good to him, but just spilling over the baseline. So 3-all juice then, right through the belly of this tight opening set here. good length of shot and really good positivity from Andy Lapthorne. You sense Anthony Cottrell, just a quieter, calmer demeanour generally. Nothing wrong with that. They work well together. Really, really good. Oh, that's a super return of serve. Just hung there awkwardly for Brian Barton. So Andy Lapthorne take a bow. That was terrific tennis. The Brits break serve and head out to a 4-3 lead. 3 consecutive games for them.
It's been impressive, the turnaround, hasn't it? You sense that Wagner and Barton really had that momentum getting up 3-1, and then all of a sudden Cottrell and Lapthorne have just managed to turn it around. You can see Cottrell's maybe a little bit warm out there, just dousing himself in some water to cool down.
Yeah, it's been good patient play, hasn't it? Really good run of games for these two in particular. British athletes responding well to that 1-3 lapse early on, well, a tepid start, but interestingly, outside of the slams, of course, players compete on this Uniqlo wheelchair tennis tour, which the British Open is one of the leading tournaments of Super Series events, and the tour now consists of more than 160 tournaments over 40 countries around the world, and total prize money of $3.25 million. The tour originated back in 1992 with an initial 11 international tournaments. That was all, and now it's included in all 4 majors. That's quite a coup, and it's just getting bigger and better, more prize money. Well, they're hoping as well that maybe one day we'll see perhaps the involvement of qualifying in the slams. But they're getting to bigger courts now at Wimbledon. Did a good winning the women's singles on court 1 this year. Men's singles was contested on court 3. But this, a really good advert, a really good promotion for the game. Can these two keep the wheels on here? It's Cottrell to serve after a little discussion between the two. Lovely first serve to hold on to momentum from Cottrell.
Great placement into the body as well. So difficult to get out of the way.
Well done from Lapthorne there, getting that down low. And even David Wagner with his wonderful silky hands could dig that one out. It was low, firmly struck.
The British pair just seem to be able to get it into awkward places at the moment.
I think you're bang on, Anna. I think they've just found really sort of extreme parts of the court, haven't they? Tough to deal with.
They've been smart again. You saw this time he went for an out wide serve, really pulling him off the court. And then could see there was that space short in the service box again, and again just executing really, really well and rolling through this game. 40 love already.
Just bobbled off the net cord and landed wide in the end. It's always a little tricky, Anna, isn't it, with the momentum of the scoring in tennis, to keep being brave when you're ahead.
It is. That's what it separates the best players. They just have that courage to keep being aggressive.
Oh, that's brilliant. Super play. Brian Barton at the net there, just following up a wonderful return of serve, causing problems the second seeds here. doubt between the Brits there.
Leave it.
Oh, he's overcooked it. Back to deuce they go.
See a slight little grimace on the look of Andy Lapthorne just outside our commentary box here. He knows that was a bit of a chance just to get that 5-3 lead.
Oh, that's a super response. Carving around the outside of the ball. Generous power angle off that lefty Nadalesque looking forehand.
It's great racket head speed, wasn't it? He really ripped up the back of the ball and got it kicking away from his opponent.
So a fourth game point opportunity then for the British pairing. Perhaps just future pacing a little, Anna?
Maybe just a little bit. I think he realises the importance of this game. There's a big difference between being 5-3 up or back to 4-all.
Yeah, and having lost to these two Americans who are just so standout, the second seeds, the other side of the net, it's a big mental hurdle to overcome. Oh, that's clever. Really clever. Brian Barton there, just great angle pass. Timely as well.
They both love this short angle, don't they? There's not much space to hit into, but just a little flick of the wrist finds that angle.
Great back point for the Americans. Good serve, lovely wide serve from Cottrell. Just getting his man on the stretch.
Shows how much of a difference it makes as well when you're able to get that first serve in.
Oh, that's a good leave. Really well done. Easy to have played that. Really backing himself with that decision.
Don't think the Americans totally agree with that though. But from our commentary box, it did look as if it was just wide.
Yeah, we got a little bit of a mini protest from Barton and Wagner right now, who thought that had found the line. David Wagner getting ready to return serve with a shake of the head. He's got to flush that from his mind. Well, a lucky net cord for the Brits, and they accelerate out to a 5-3 lead in this opening set. Well held there by Anthony Cottrell. That was a really good game. Multiple deuces, not easy. They were under siege there and held on well. Three of their previous 5 encounters have gone the distance between these two teams. Wagner serving 3-5. Oh, what a lovely mix from Andy Lapthorne, mixing it up beautifully, using the angles, and then the down the line spike.
You could just see him going for an even more aggressive angle, 3 in a row, but then deciding that he wanted to open the court up and go down the line.
Oh yes, you can sense the physicality of this contest, can't you?
You really can.
Players pushed out to the extremes of the advertising hoardings. It's got really intense right now. Look at that, what an angle.
You can see here the effort from Cotterill, just almost crashing into the side of the court.
Thought he was coming onto your lap then, Anna.
He almost did.
Quite enough on the topspin lob from Andy Lapthorne. Just needed a hint more spin, but good vision, great idea. Wagner holds on with a couple of game points here to nibble away at the arrears on the scoreboard. Americans wise now of the Lapthorne angles off the forehand. They're covering it now. Lapthorne denied. Wagner holds on. The Americans at 4-5 in this opening set. A really close set out here in this quad double semi-final. Well, shakes of the head from Andy Lapthorne, but they're going to get an opportunity to put the set to bed on their own terms, on their own rackets, Anna. And they'll be delighted in that regard, I'm sure. Though never easy. But they've been playing some really solid doubles. Mixing it up nicely, very solid, frugal in error. And you can see there's plenty of action out around the grounds here. Various players warming up, a couple of courts away. Got the junior event that will be unfolding simultaneously. That starts on Sunday, when we'll be bringing the finals of these disciplines to you. The junior event starts Sunday, Monday. Forecast not great for Saturday, Sunday, but let's hope we can bring you plenty of live action. 4-day bonanza of wheelchair tennis. It's been a high level affair, this one. These two are not done with this set yet. Trailing 4-5 the Americans. This lovely warm Thursday. Just trying to find as many balls as he can, and picks the ones with the least snap on that'll go through the air nice and quickly. Andy Lapthorne then serving for this opening set, 5-4. Calmly taken from Anthony Cotterill. That was brilliant.
A little bit of miscommunication there. The first time that neither player has really shouted for it, which left the court open. Cotterill had a great volley into the open space.
Clever return, stayed so low from Wagner there.
It really did. He just got under the ball so well, got a lot of bite on it. And like you said, it just kept so low. Cotterill couldn't quite get his racket underneath it.
mixing it up very well, aren't they, these two right now, causing all sorts of problems for the British duo. Wagner particularly using a lovely blend of slice and heavy topspin. Generally getting the ball out of the strike zone of the Brits, and if not, then very, very centrally with not a lot of pace on it. The man of experience in the right of your picture there, Wagner, causing all sorts of problems, and suddenly 2 break-back points. Well, the Americans right back in it. A couple of strong games from them. From 3-5, we now have a situation of 5-all. Anybody's set. Momentum in this great sport. It's so hard to hold on to.
It really is. That was a prime example. You felt that that all-British pairing were the ones that had the momentum, but Wagner and Barton were just able to regroup, showed their class and experience. I think they changed a little bit of their tactics there, didn't they? Used the higher ball quite a lot, which was very effective. And now you get the sense that maybe they're just getting a little bit of momentum building.
And I don't know if you could see, but Brian Barton's cap was just dripping with perspiration. Sweating profusely under this warm sun. Wagner, the instigator at the net there. The Americans twinning really well now, on a roll.
Their energy's really increased as well, hasn't it, in this last sort of 5 minutes?
That's a super quality return of serve, jamming right into the wheel of the server's chair from Lapthorne.
Really took it on as well, didn't he? Really made sure he got it at the top of the bounce so he could be really, really aggressive.
Superb again. The Andy Lapthorne topspin forehand lob has been something to behold this match.
It really has. It's been such a crucial part of them getting out into that lead. Got to keep using it.
He's at it again. Lapthorne with the garish racket, hitting the ball beautifully.
Really dominating these rallies, isn't he?
Yeah. Brian Barton with plenty to ponder here at 15:30. Delight from Lapthorne and Cottrell as they break Brian Barton and head out. to another lead in this opening set. Having been 5-3, Cottrell and Lapthorne take to a 6-5 lead and ensure themselves at least a tie-break in this tight opening set. It's been going now for 50 minutes out here on centre. So what's that, hot air courtside? Cool air, rather. I was just wondering, I think it's the first time I've seen that this year.
I know, I'm not sure that I've seen that before, but they seem to have a little vent there that's got cool air.
Yeah, and is that just a perk for the Brits, or surely they have both ends, you'd imagine, or unless they're just mega organised, maybe. Bit of a hairdryer situation going on, perhaps.
Quite possibly. You can see the ice towels coming out as well. Just finding any little ways to cool down.
Yeah, and when you consider that it's still only sort of 10:45 in the morning here in the UK, it's very, very warm already.
I feel sorry for the players as well. They're going to come out later.
Yes,
it's going to get even hotter for those singles players in the second and third matches.
Yeah, and of course that's going to be Jiske Glifoyen from the Netherlands. Resurgent in her ranking, she's up to world number 12. She'll take on Jordan Wiley of Great Britain, the third seed in the women's singles next up. For 11 o'clock, well, we're almost there already, and we're still in the first set of this one. And then following that, not before 12:30, Gordon Reid will take on Joachim Gerard in that British-Belgium clash, a repeat of the All-England final. So, these two then, Anthony Cottrell, with a second opportunity to put this set to bed on their own terms. Playing some really great tennis, both teams, so tightly contested as we knew it would be. Oh, well, he avoided David Wagner at the net for as long as he could, then decided to go at him, and what a volley from the American.
It really was. You can see I was just watching Andy there, just looking to be aggressive.
Right.
That bounced 3 times, didn't it?
That's right.
I think everybody stopped playing, and then when the Americans realised the umpire hadn't picked it, I mean, Andy played this out of sort of, you know, getting the ball back, frankly, with that, and then the protest, as you can see.
Yeah, it was tough. I'm not sure if we're going to get a replay of it, but it did look as though it bounced twice.
Well, we feel that was an umpiring error, and I mean, I hate to say it and criticise anybody. These are hot, difficult conditions, but you know, I think quite clearly we saw 3 bounces there and a lapse, and the Americans do take the point. The call stands. So suddenly it's love 30, and it's going to be interesting to see the response of the Brits, because they will be armed now with a sense of aggrievement. They need to flush that away and deal with this moment. Played from Brian Barton at the net. That was a really keen volley. Just happened to be right place, right time. Hit it firmly. 3 break back points. Momentum swaying everywhere in this opening set.
So many ebbs and flows, haven't there?
Super response from the Americans. They break serve to love and head into the lottery of a opening set tiebreak. So it's going to be David Wagner to get this race to 7 points underway. Who's it going to be? Which team are going to blink first? Just simply nothing between them. Deadlock on the scoreboard.
Right.
What a start to the tiebreak. That is immense. Generating early momentum. Great recovery. How to turn defence into attack there.
Yeah, it really was. And you can see how fired up Andy's getting. You do get the sense that this first set is going to be crucial to the British pair, especially after that previous game, feeling they've been slightly hard done by.
Oh yeah, Cottrell just a little jammed up with the volley there, could do no more, and Ryan Barton keenly dispatching. Brilliantly taken from Cottrell at the net. That was so decisive and firmly struck right in his strike zone.
You can hear Andy really trying to get Cottrell fired up there, telling him to push.
Yeah, he's amping up the energy in the team, isn't he? You can hear it.
He really is.
That, by his standards, was a routine forehand, perhaps a little over-creative.
It was. He'd done the hard work, got the short ball that he wanted, and then you could see that he was a little bit frustrated with himself. He knew that that was a chance. Let the Americans back into it.
Good point from these two. Balls down, please, Brian, says Andy. Can't do anything without them, boss.
Very good.
He's been very inventive throughout this match, hasn't he, so far, Andy Lapthorne? He's been so good off that forehand in particular.
He's been able to blend that power and that spin, hasn't he? Being aggressive when he needs to, but also using that height and using the slice. Really, really effective.
Go! You. There.
Yeah, it was never going to be easy to control. Loaded with topspin from Lapthorne. It just dived down, dropped like a stone on Barton there. Not easy. So the Brits head out to a 4-2 lead. And while many would say they kind of don't really deserve to be in that situation, having had that discrepancy in the game prior with the treble bounce, but they've made amends nicely and responded very positively here. That said, though, Anna, it's hard to keep momentum out here.
It really is. It's been such an up and down set. But like you said, the mental strength that they've shown to bounce back from it, they could easily have got a bit despondent, but they've done really well. And they've still got another serve. See if they can get it to 5-2. Then the pressure is really on the American pair.
Yeah, so it's Anthony Cottrell serving with a 4-2 advantage in this first set. We're into the second hour already. Good jamming shot from Lapthorne. 2 points away now, but still work to do in this tie-break. But given what we have seen in this set, could still swing around anywhere. That is magical hand skills from Lapthorne. Produced, pulled the rabbit from the hat here, Anna.
You really did. It wasn't even a bad serve. It was pretty deep in the box, but Lapthorne was just able to take all of that pace.
So 4 set points then for the Brits. Oh, what a response. David Wagner there, just keeping calm under pressure. So saves one of the 4 set points. And now it's the smiling Andy Lapthorne that hopes he can put this set to bed here. They've been made work very, very hard, but this would be a real boost to their campaign. Super play from Wagner.
The Americans aren't going down without a fight, are they?
No, they've been like that throughout, haven't they? Took a 3-1 lead, the Americans in the set, but then got pegged back to some generous momentum from these two. Now it's a 3rd set point on the Lapthorne serve. They get it that time. Take the tie break then. 7 games to 6, 7 points to 4 after an hour and 5 minutes. What a close contest. Lapthorne and Cottrell snatch the opening set their way. That was quite something. A really long opening set. If that's anything to go by as we take a look at the numbers, we're in for a real treat here.
Yeah, we really are. I think it was not too much of the stats that were the issue. It was more a case of just the ebbs and flows, wasn't it? You thought that the Americans were going to take that lead when they got into that 3-1 advantage, and then all of a sudden the Brits came roaring back, and then it was so up and down, but the Brits did so well to find a way just to get through. Really showed some mental strength as well, like you mentioned with that controversial call in that 6-5 game. They did so well.
So yeah, both teams breaking serve 4 times, much higher percentage first serve from the British duo. And, well, it was anyone's, frankly, wasn't it? With that little incident with the treble bounce that the umpire didn't quite pick up on, which was at a key moment. So the sprays being administered by Cottrell at the back of the court, just heading to some... Oh no, that's... can't make out who that is.
I think it's Cottrell on that right-hand side, just taking advantage of the shade. I think Wagner's just using that spray bottle just to cool himself down a little bit. So both players are taking their time out at the back of the court instead.
So we had it all in that opening set, didn't we? A 3-1 advantage to the Brits. Losing their way a little bit. The comeback of the Americans to take it into a tiebreak when the Brits served for it at 6-5. American coach just sort of barking out the orders courtside. Brian Barton, who's just snatched a little bit of the welcome shade from the umpire's chair. So just momentarily wheeling off stage, these guys, the ice towels being brought to court, plenty of water, so important in these hot conditions to keep up together, because your body's working pretty much twice as hard really in this kind of heat. It's
really
exhausting.
is.
But this bodes very well for the British duo, who have not won in the previous 3 attempts against the American team.
Looks like maybe he's having to go off court for something.
Yeah, perhaps a bathroom break for Barton. All the bees. Let's take a look. Is he going to hop into his day chair? I'm not entirely sure. I think he might be behind the umpire's chair there. But it was a particularly long set. They are taking on a lot of fluid, so you can understand that if he needs to. A lot of camaraderie between these two, but David Wagner on the left there, who normally plays with Andy Lapthorne on the far right, has, you know, taken a respectful distance, shall we say, although the wheelchair tennis community is such dear mates all round. You know, they've got a great sense of perspective, haven't they? Because they've been through so much to basically get here, that tennis is just a luxurious add-on. Obviously, it's a massive part of their games, but they've such a great sense of context, haven't they, Anna?
They really do.
Of what's important in life.
But like you said, there's definitely that fierce sense of rivalry as well. Despite being good friends, Andy and David, they definitely want to win out there, and you can see that feistiness from Andy Lapthorne in that first set.
Yeah, he's always pretty pumped, isn't he? And it's good to see. Great energy from these two with their caps back to front now. It's kind of cool, isn't it, the way they do that? Their opponents are playing with their caps as 47-year-olds should, with their caps the right way. You know, it's all very proper from the Americans, and well, the Brits with the gangster pop star look. No, it's been a terrific tennis match, in all honesty. Really, really good to watch. And so if you are just joining us, welcome along. You're in the company of Paul Hand and Anna Smith, and it's great to have you. We've just concluded the opening set of this first quad doubles semi-finals between Cottrell and Lapthorne, who took the opener against Barton and Wagner. And we will be bringing you Griffoyen against Jordan Wiley in the women's singles. That'll be followed by Gordon Reid against Joachim Gerard in the men's singles. And then with women's doubles after that, and men's doubles as well. Hewitt and Reid are in action in the 5th match of the day out here on centre. So plenty of sunscreens being applied all round, and everybody's having a great time of it. And these two sneakily grabbing some welcome shade as we just wait for one of the American team to wheel back onto court, having had to go for a bathroom break, which I need as well. but I can hold on. So yes, day 3 of this British Open Wheelchair Tennis Championships unfolding nicely. In the 11 o'clock sun out here. Plenty to play for. Great Britain, of course, one of the leading nations in the world for wheelchair tennis. The British players all supported by the LCA through the Wheelchair Tennis Performance Pathway. And as part of the programme, the British players are supported behind the scenes of the LCA Performance team with coaches, physios, analysts, sports scientists. Great Britain's Alfie Hewitt was recently named as the joint LCA Player of the Year at the LCA Tennis Awards alongside Dan Evans. So quite a coup there for the wheelies. What about the next generation of the sport? Well, the future looks bright in this country as the LTA developed a thriving junior wheelchair tennis section with training camps and competitions throughout the country. Who's going to become the next Alfie Hewitt or Jordan Wiley? And ahead of the Tokyo 2020, the LTA inspiring as many future champions as they can. There's free taster days all across the country where anyone can go to try out the sport, go along, and each day will run for approximately 3 hours and include fun, engaging content for the players of all standards, experience, ages and abilities. All sessions will be delivered by experienced LTA performance coaches like yourself, Anna. They'll all have equipment to hand, including sports, wheelchairs, rackets should they be needed. Following each event, the LTA will direct each participant towards opportunities to continue sort of playing and the most appropriate direction they can for the player's skill level. So do go along, give it a go. The next talent initiative taster days, well, there was one here in Loughborough at the Dan Maskell Tennis Centre just down the road on the 17th of July. That was last Saturday. 11 players signed up. It was a roaring success, according to Marshall, our man behind the scenes, who is our font of all information. Next one's going to be on the 29th of August at Scotstoun in Glasgow, if you live up that way. Following that, September the 4th on a Saturday at the Lee Valley Hockey and Tennis Centre in London. And then towards the back end, the 26th of September in the Bolton Arena, if you're northbound. 9th of October in Colwyn Bay, for those of you down in Wales, or Swansea on the 10th of October, and also at the White Horse Leisure Centre in Abingdon, Oxford on Sunday the 17th. So do sign up for the events on the LTA website at the www.lta.org.uk. Just search the LTA Wheelchair Tennis Initiative. Complete the registration form and select the event and date you want. So that's given you all you need to know about how to have a go at this terrific sport if you are in a chair. Of course, the British wheelchair tennis team head out to the Tokyo Paralympics, as we already announced. There'll be 7 of them that will fly towards the land of the rising sun very shortly after this unfolding of this great tournament. But it's such a great way for disabled people to play tennis because it can be so adaptive and inclusive, of course. There's so many ways to make the game more accessible to anyone with any disability. As you take a look at David Wagner there, deep in thought, just these guys get very good, Anna, don't they, at being patient. There's a lot of waiting time, particularly prior to the match starting, as we saw. It takes 20 minutes or so for the players, having wheeled on, to get back on court, administer tape to the hands. As we said, David in particular only has 30% hand function because of his disability. Brian's back. Ice towel hanging a little limper, wetter around himself now. That'll be thrown back into the ice box, you'd hope. Leak all over the court now. But anyway, he's back and he'll go from his day chair into his sports chair. He's no issue keeping the world waiting, is he?
Not at all. Maybe it's a slight tactic to just try and stop that momentum for the British pair.
And of course, there are ways to make the game accessible to anyone with any disability. We can change the court size, net height, racket size, different balls, slow the game down, speed it up. Balls with bells for blind or partially sighted players. Scoring system to make the game shorter, quicker, as well as ways to make it easier to understand for new players as well. There's even grants contributing to coaching qualifications as well, should that sort of float your boat. So there's just such a wealth of opportunity, Anna, in this great game for so many disabled athletes. Come on, Brian, they're thinking. We've had enough now. We just want to crack on and get out of this midday heat. Not even midday yet, Anna. It must be 27, 28 degrees out there. Mercifully, we're under the shade of our red gazebo courtside.
I was going to say we're very thankful for this little shade that we've got here, because these guys must be pretty hot.
Yeah, they've got the worst of it, haven't they? I say the worst, but it's just a treat to be out there, I'm sure. It's a weary look, isn't it, for Brian at the moment? Both the Americans, 46 years of age, just 16 or so years older than the Brits. But they're men of experience, and they might have wheeled off stage, as you implied, Anna, just to give themselves a sort of moment to ponder their plight, having beaten the Brits the last 3 times. They won't want to go down to them here. Brian is velcroing himself, binding himself tightly into his sports chair with the 20-degree wheel cambers so they don't tip these guys. It's all very scientific. They'll enjoy the unfolding of the second set.
Still got to do the tape work to the racket and the hand as well, so it might just be a fraction longer that we're going to be waiting.
But it's been worth waiting for, hasn't it? What an opening set that was. Absolutely spellbinding.
So many momentum shifts, ebbs and flows back and forth. You really didn't know which way it was going to go. We'll be in for more in this second set as well.
Anna, this is a really interesting talking point, isn't it? And some would say very controversial and a bit naughty in a way, but you know, it's interesting because it's brought up a lot in a lot of women's tennis that you and I do. You know, these bathroom breaks, I mean, they finished after an hour and 5 minutes. It's now an hour and 18. You know, and if you're on a big stage, this wouldn't be too welcome at Wimbledon if you're wheeling back at any time, which they're entitled to. You know, there's no sort of, right, you've got a 3-minute bathroom break, go, be quick, get back, let's crack on. But if you've got a lot of, you know, a lot of TV companies and a lot of money invested in this, this is not really what you want.
No, it really isn't. Obviously, you know, if he does need the toilet, then it can't be helped. But with everything that goes with it, the untaping of the hand, the getting into the day chair and things like that, it does add some extra time, so it can be tricky. Like you said, there's been I think it's about a 15-minute break in between the last point being played and then getting on with it now, so it is a long break.
Well, I'm wondering as well why did he have to pop it back into his day chair? Is it because the wider camber of the sports chairs couldn't get through the gate? Is that it?
Yeah, absolutely, I think it is, but also you've got the added sort of downfall of having to take the tape off the hand as well. I think you can see here as well, Anthony Cotterell's having to do exactly the same. He's not going to sit there with the tape on his hand for 15 minutes, so he's going to have to redo that again. So again, that adds a little bit of time.
Yeah, presumably the hand with the tape on would just be added perspiration, I guess. But the boys with their caps pointing forwards will want to make amends. It was a really tight opening set that could have swung either way. But they lost it in the end, the Americans, and there's a lot of chat there. Wagner's come from his shaded perch into the sun to share thoughts. They need to get an early roll on this, on the start of the second set, that's for sure. Interesting as well, Anna. A tricky one. Why are the spokes of the sports chairs different colours? colours, I ask myself sometimes. I should have asked Peter Norfolk, shouldn't I? Because he's in the business. He provides and sells a lot of these chairs. They're very expensive. Some of them are sort of pimped, can be up to thousands of pounds.
Yeah, they can. I'm not too sure I know the answer to that. I'm not sure whether it's to match the colour of the wheels, whether it's more of a fashion.
And there's fewer spokes as well, aren't there, on these? Maybe they're lighter.
I think so.
That's the idea. Banana for Brian, is it? Yeah. Either that or a microphone. What are your thoughts so far? Very tasty.
It'd be interesting if they did on-court interviews, wouldn't it, at the end of sets, get the players' views.
Yeah, that would be something new, wouldn't it? And I like the way that, you know, at the moment we only interview the winners of matches. I wonder over time it'll become the losers as well, but of course they'll be venting steam, won't they, for a few minutes afterwards, so perhaps not ideal.
I know they did the interviews with at the Battle of the Brits, I remember last summer, or was it last winter, I think, during the COVID pandemic. They did some interviewing of players during the match, and it was interesting when they picked the ones who were losing. They weren't too happy, were they?
Yeah, absolutely. Can be a little unsavoury. So here we go then, the start of set number 2. Just about to get underway, and just to remind you, if you are tuning in, we're watching the semi-finals of the quads doubles here in our opening match of 5 on centre court today. And that's between Andy Lapthorne picking up the balls and his partner Anthony Cottrell, who've twinned so effectively out here. They took the opening set in a very tight tie-break and are ready for the start of set number 2. So it's all about keeping the energy up, keeping the early energy as Anthony just binds his hand firmly but not too tightly that it sort of restricts him. He'll be well versed in this, of course he will. He does it every time he steps on court. They must get through a lot of tape.
Yeah, they do. You can see, I think it was at the back of one of the American players' chairs, they had a full reel of tape in there just in case they need to make some adjustments throughout the match.
So Anthony Cottrell to get us underway in this set 2 then. He's staring into the sun, the dazzling sun, far into the court. Blistering start from the racket of the only left-hander on court.
Another fist pump as well from Andy Lapthorne.
Just setting the tone early in this second set with that stunning topspin forehand lob. He knew it was coming, but he couldn't get there. And that man was the instigator of a terrific return of serve, David Wagner. He's seen that pattern of play, has Andy Lapthorne, so many times over the years.
Ready?
Nicely done. Means business. That 15 minutes or so in the shade of the court gave him time to cool off, collect his thoughts. Wagner is on a mission now. 2 consecutive points for the Americans. Make that 3. rainbow-like arcing Lapthorn forehand, doing the damage, getting it up high and wide. Never a nice combo to respond to. So the second seeds from the States then, responding immediately at the start of set number 2, come wheeling out on a mission. They break the Cottrell serve immediately. But still, the serving often seen as a disadvantage, really. So hard to generate as much pace as the able-bodied game, of course it is.
Be interesting as well to see how both teams respond with such a grueling first set, and then having that long bathroom break as well. How are both teams going to deal with that? The Americans have come out all guns blazing. Lapthorn trying to fire his partner up there. He knows that this is crucial. Got to love 30 in this game. Can they break straight back? Fantastic serve there by Wagner. Can he find a couple more to get back to level terms here? Still a slight chance for the British pair. 15-30. Smart play there from Brian Barton. Did well using that higher forehand topspin shot, making it tricky for Anthony Cottrell. Couldn't quite deal with that volley. Back to 30 all. What a point by the Americans there to save break point. Thought they'd won it with that forehand cross court, but Cottrell somehow managed to skate over the microphone, get it back into play, but the Americans weren't going to be stopped. Back to deuce. Another fantastic shot there by Lapthorn. Again, just using that slice, curving away from Wagner and keeping so low. Brings up another break point for the British pair. again, the Americans just finding a way to save that break point. The way they're able to maneuver the ball around the court so well, finding the angles and finishing off so nicely with that volley. Back to deuce.
You. Right. Yep. You. Yep. Copy.
Fancy Wagner. Okay. Barton Wagner. Barton Wagner lead by 2 games to 1.
So a strong start from the Americans then in set 2, and the chuntering started from Andy. He's not happy. They've just momentarily lost their way. Very important to flush that away and deal with the moment right here. Trailing love 2 is Andy Lapthorne and Anthony Cottrell. In the heat, everything seems to get to you, doesn't it, on the tennis court? When you know, your heart's pounding. You've been out there for over an hour now.
Right, go, go. You.
Oh, super volley. Yeah, ungettable there from the Americans. Really lovely passage of play, just opening up the court with that generous angle, high and wide, always tough to deal with. And with Anthony Cottrell just a little exposed here, that one threaded down the line nicely. Well, a minor lapse of concentration, and suddenly it's the Americans that take advantage and have a heady 3-love lead in set 2. You sense at this stage that we might be going the distance, because that's been fairly emphatic. Well, he's been left on his own at his chair just to cool down a little bit. His partner back just for some words of consolation. Yeah, I know, but you've got to kind of move on. Easier said than done. To the bubbling midday sun. So after an hour and 36 minutes, it's the Americans that really have the momentum, the bit between their teeth in set 2. Can these two find a way back into this second set? They did so in the opener.
They did, but it's been pretty much how the match has gone so far. You think one team's getting up ahead of steam, and then all of a sudden the other team find a way back, but crucial that the British pair stay on the coattails of the Americans here, otherwise this set's going to slip away from them very quickly.
Well, it seems to be warming up. Cloudless skies right now, whereas first thing there was a few pops of cloud up above. It's absolutely beautiful. Barely a breath of air if you look at the flag on the top left of that picture. It wasn't moving at all, so it's really is heating up. As is their performance as well. The second seeds fighting their way gallantly back into this one. Commanding 3-love lead in set 2 with Barton to serve. You do sense the Americans really cashing in, their maturity showing here. Very composed together mentally. And their performance, I sense, Anna, has been far less undulating. It's just been that little bit more stable, hasn't it?
It has been a little bit more consistent.
Right.
Nice shot again from the creator. The magical one with the left hand. And a red blade in his hand. That's been flashing around wonderfully from time to time. Of course, it's just his mental makeup. He's a sort of flary, streaky kind of player. Good return of serve from Cottrell. And a glimmer of a chance here for the Brits. Well, they've been so patient in their demise of the British duo at the other end of the net after the loss of that opening set. But now they're up against it in this game. It's Barton with a second serve, break point down. David Wagner, you can hear, frustrated about letting the Brits back in here. They yield on their own serve. And suddenly, the Brits are on the scoreboard early in the second set. Work to do at 1-3.
Is it going to follow the same pattern as well? The Americans had that 3-1 lead in the first set, and then the Brits pulled them back.
Well, it's one of the features of quad tennis in particular, isn't it? Because they've got 3 limbs disabled. It's hard, because of the lack of physicality, to keep momentum. You know, there isn't the strength to batter away and get quick, cheap points. So it does tend to meander around by the nature of what it is. And that's why Wagner was frustrated there, because he sensed he lapsed.
Energy sapping as well in this heat. The long, grueling rallies. It gets pretty tiring.
Beautifully done by Anthony Cotterill, just reading the play nicely there, intercepting in timely fashion. He's always there or thereabouts, isn't he? He's got an ever-menacing presence in this match as David Wagner. Just knows what to do at the right time.
I got it. You. You.
Found it. What a gorgeous backhand topspin lob.
I thought he'd push that long,
Yeah.
but he just managed to find that corner.
Didn't have a lot of court to play with, did he, with the straight lob? But that was timely. 30-15 lead. There he is again. Wags at the net, a formidable force.
Dangerous, isn't it, when you play that lob? If you don't execute it well, it gives that net player a pretty easy volley to knock away, like Wagner did there.
Brilliant. Great play from the British duo. That was really synchronized with great timing between them. Cotterill there just advancing just at the right time to dispatch the volley. That's difficult to do in wheelchair tennis.
Yep.
The Brits coming back into form just when they needed it most. They were trailing love 3 in the start of set number 2, and now they've won 2 consecutive games. They're back in this second now. 2-3 down, but a set to the good. They'll be really pleased with that momentum shift, Anna. It was much needed, wasn't it? Because Andy, particularly lap form, was getting quite irate at 3-love down.
You thought the set was slipping away from them, didn't you? 3-love. You just didn't quite see a way back, but all of a sudden they've managed to regroup, refocus, find some energy from somewhere and get these 2 games on the board. The pressure really is back on Barton and Wagner.
This dynamic fascinates me. He just doused himself with a mini shower from a bottle, has Andy Cotterill, and now he's got the hairdryer on of cool air just to sort of calm right down. It's much needed, this weather. Got to get that core temperature down a little bit under this searing heat. It's only 11:30. It's blistering out there. An hour and 45 has unfolded already, and we're still right through the middle of set number 2 with it all to play for. This could easily go the distance. Now then, what do these two have to respond with? They started that second set with a heady run of 3 consecutive games. Now they've been pegged back to 3-2. They still got the advantage. Oh, Lapthorne left frustrated. Brian Barton there with a super interception at the net.
He'd done all the hard work, hadn't he? And then he just picked the wrong shot. And Barton covered the middle so well. Very smart play.
Wonderful response from Anthony Cottrell there. Generous angle off the forehand there. Well, it's a real test of perseverance, not just physically as well, mentally, just to literally keep the wheels on your performance on a very long, tough day in this quad double semi-final. Wagner serving. Brian Barton just getting the ball up high enough, right out of the strike zone of Lapform, who yielded the error. Really well taken volley. He's been masterful on the big points, as David Wagner. And this no exception right here.
Smart use of going down the middle. Maybe Cottrell could have taken that, so Andy could have covered it, but really clever play. Americans holding on to the David Wagner serve with effect. Give themselves a little bit more breathing room in set two. A two-game cushion, 4-2 they now lead. Just 2 games away from leveling this match. They've played some patient, focused tennis. It's interesting watching the body language of these athletes as we sort of unwind now, approach the 3rd hour upcoming on court. Well, they've been out there an hour and 50 right now, and it's pretty fatiguing. Oh, that's a wonderful volley from the dangerous Wagner at the net, whose presence in this match is becoming increasingly imposing. More errors creeping in, isn't it?
Yeah, just thinking the same. A few more unforced, yeah, indeed. 3 break points for Barton and Wagner for what would be a 5-2 lead in set 2. he's been immaculate so far, but such is his perfectionist mindset that he hates yielding anything unforced. Brilliant from the Americans. What strong play from them. They hold on and break the Lapthorne serve to 15 and extend their lead. 3-game cushion now. 5-2 they lead in set number 2 after an hour and 53 minutes. You sense a third set upcoming.
You really do. You just feel as if the Brits have just dropped off a little bit energy-wise, and in their tennis it's going to be tough for them to find a way back. But see if they can break. Just got to find a way to make it tough for this American pair, because they're the ones that have got the momentum now. They seem to have the energy. You can hear their coach from the side of the court as well, can't you? Really trying to fire them up.
Yeah, he's barking out the come on Wags, isn't he, and all this sort of stuff. But Wagner really has been instrumental, hasn't he, in this massive turnaround. They've been patient, they've been frugal in error, and they really are, you know, finding awkward areas of the court, asking a lot of tough questions of the two Brits. It's the last tournament before the Tokyo Olympics for all of these athletes. Opportunity to really hone and sharpen their games for the big Paralympics upcoming. So now can this man, Brian Barton, put a lid on this second set, serving at 5-2.
Yep. Yep. Copy. You.
Well, there may well be another twist in this tale as we head towards the back end of set 2. These two on the charge again. They're not done with this second set just yet. Gonna break back points for Cottrell and Lapthorne. Really good length there from Barton. nicely done. Saving another of those breakpoint opportunities. All good, positive energy from the second seeds here. So it's a set point opportunity then for Barton and Wagner. Good play from Wagner there. They fend off the break point, get back to deuce.
Again, another long game here, isn't it? Back and forth. So many chances for both pairs.
Just been so close in level, these two pairings, all the way through. There's been so little bit to pick between them. Compelling watch. A little bit of hesitancy then down the corridor of doubt between them, and it cost them. That's just unplayable. He's done that a couple of times on really big points, as Andy Lapthorne, and it's just been mesmerising the way that he does it. Takes all the pace out. And now Cottrell's coming to the party with some beautiful touch of his own off his backhand.
Showing Andy that anything he can do, I can do better. The fantastic drop shots from the British pair, bringing up another break point. Can they take this one?
Barton yielding with a double fault uncharacteristically, and the British pairing still in this second set. Another break of serve, and they are trailing 3-5 as Anthony Cottrell just demands for the balls to be hit down his end. Super play from Wagner at the net.
Just bluffed him, didn't he? He saw this was going to be short, and then just at the last second, flick that ball cross court.
Good energy from the Americans. You can see they're wheeling around at pace right now, keenly eyeing the opportunity towards the back end of this set number 2. They want to get this to bed and get into a third set any which way they can. For the Brits, it's all about raising the tempo right now. Got to find something if they want to detain the Americans in this second set. Super play from Wags again, just nudging the ball down through the space between the British duo. Engineering 3 set points.
What you mentioned earlier, though, wasn't it, Paul, about the consistency from the Americans? I feel the Brits have just been a little bit up and down in this set.
Come on!
Good play from Lapthorne, getting that down really low to Barton, who did well to get the penultimate point shot back. There it is then. Barton and Wagner snatched the second set, 6 games to 3 after 2 hours and 6 minutes. We're going down the final stretch here. So, having won the second set, I guess these two will want to wheel onwards with the momentum created from that second set. So take a look at the numbers in Italian.
I'm not sure about you, but my Italian's not that great. I think I can just about understand the aces in that top column. But again, I think you see that the first serve percentage of Wagner and Barton have gone up to 76%. And then you can see down at the second serve percentage one for Cotterill and Lapthorne, not managing to win a single point. It's pretty tough. And in that last one, you can see 4 out of 5 break points taken for Barton and Wagner. Really the key difference there, already hitting home their break point opportunities.
Yeah, and it was a tough one, wasn't it, for the Brits when they sort of went down love 3 in the second set under the searing heat. Really tough to sort of pull it back. You can see between them now just so much water being taken on board, just rehydrating and throwing it over their heads, under their caps. It's, you know, this is a really tricky day by anyone's standards now as the clock ticks towards midday local time here in Nottingham. And, you know, it's it really is blistering, baking heat out here on the venue. The British duo has head cleverly into a little slither of shade at the back of the court. A regrip for Andy Lapthorne. And it's important, isn't it, Anna, we say in any tennis, to make changes at the loss of a set in order to sort of freshen up and, you know, bring something new. And he's doing that with his grip, which is good.
It is. I think it's what the American pair showed in the end of that first set. Taking that toilet break, or just whatever it is, they need to be able to regroup. Because again, like you said, it's been sort of over 2 hours on a blisteringly hot day. It's going to be energy sapping. They've got to find a way to do something different, and the American pair definitely changed tactics and brought that energy. It's going to be interesting to see how the British pair, who've been quite up and down throughout this match, see if they can find a little bit more of a consistent level, or is it going to find it tricky against the American pairing in your picture?
It's interesting, isn't it? A bit tactical as well, because the Brits are in the shade at the back there, and they're just keeping the Americans waiting. And this is, of course, a reverse of what happened psychologically at the end of set one, when Brian Barton took a lengthy bathroom break, having lost that first set. And he came back sort of 15 minutes later. Many of us thought, after he'd had a shave and a shower, you know, and it's all tactical. And, you know, well done these two for doing exactly the same. So the caps will be put back on and they're ready to re-engage. Here we go then, the start of set number 3, a one-set shootout to decide this first quad semi-final. From the bottom half of the draw, David Wagner armed with new balls. Really good serve.
First ace of the match, I believe. Really helps with those new balls as well. Flies through the air a little bit quicker in these fast conditions.
Brilliant play again from Wagner at the net, who just seems to be ghost-like in his presence at the right time.
He just knows exactly where the ball's going to be and where it needs to be hit, doesn't it? And his presence in this match is just growing and growing.
He's serving with great effect as well, isn't he? Finding that wide slider from the deuce court, stretching out Cottrell, testing his end range. So they're doing all the little things very, very well. That's a terrific game from the Americans. Holding on to serve emphatically there. They have got the momentum, that's for sure. Having taken that second set and then winning the opening game in set 3, they're wheeling round really efficiently and effectively.
A great point you made, though, about the Americans just doing the little things well. That is what tennis is all about. If you can do those little things well in the basics, that's what's going to win you a lot of tennis matches. And that's maybe just what the Brits haven't quite done enough in this match. They've played some really good flashy tennis that would make the highlights real, but it's those little things that the Americans have just done on a consistent basis that's just getting them ahead in this match.
Yeah, they've got to be ever mindful of that sort of magical wand of Andy Lapthorne, who is just so creative when he's on form. But at the moment, he's sort of just a little bit lacking consistency, isn't he?
It's a little bit like the energy as well is down, just a fraction.
Yeah,
it's just dipped.
You've got to pick your moments on a hot day like this, Anna, haven't you, to respond, really.
You there, push, push. Speed. You.
Brilliant. There was a special moment from Lapthorne there, just pinging that one down the line. I sense that a lot of the traffic should go slightly towards Barton, really, because Wagner's playing just so securely, isn't he? He's not giving anything. He's playing high percentage, asking a lot of tough questions. And I don't mean that disrespectfully, but I just, you know, tactically kind of sense that right now.
I totally agree, though, about looking to maybe target Barton. I think it's just smart play, though, but it's hard out here when you're fatigued in the heat. It's tough to think logically. They've just got to fire a way to keep it away from Wagner. He seems to be able to do no wrong.
Who knows how they're feeling as well physically, you know, who's responding better in the heat. The Americans far more used to it. Wonderful length of serve there from Cottrell. Beg your pardon, it was just long.
Right. You. Nice shot, Brian.
Yeah, the ball's really responding to the height well, isn't it? You know, with the heat, it's bouncing even higher. Clever play there from Brian Barton. Now Cottrell, the breakpoint pressure on his own serve. Momentarily fending off danger then, Anthony Cottrell. Back to deuce. Good energy from Andy Lapthorne. And a great serve from Cottrell.
Lead 5 games to 3.
Brian Barton with a rare mistake. Anthony Cottrell holds on to his serve and brings parity to the early stages of set 3. Really is no telling in this one who's going to come through. It's been a really tight contest all the way under the searing sun here. And 2 hours and 18 minutes they've been doing battle, and you sense a lot more to come. It's still so tough to pick a winner. Just got behind him. Clever play from Barton. A couple of low-flying geese just zooming overhead. You might have heard them on our on-court effects mic. Both the net players trying to get involved. Such is the high quality of the cross-court exchange. Oh, he's there again. Wagner with that real imposing presence around the net. Look at this, seemingly always in the right place at the right time. Man of vast experience. Great play. Really good touch there from Cottrell on the half volley pickup. So now, having waited for a long time, it's the two British athletes with a half chance here on the Barton serve. He's at it again, and a bark of approval from Andy Lapthorne as he secures a break of the American serve. And they wheel out to a 2-1 lead early in this third set with a forehand winner from the top draw. Really good tennis all round on centre.
Another bit of a momentum shift you feel as well. You thought the Americans were starting to get the upper hand, but the Brits have somehow found a way in. And when you've got a fired up Andy Lapthorne, he really means business, doesn't he?
Yeah, look on the left of your picture there, Anna. Sorry to intrude, but Brian Barton just demanding for some water to put into the ball tin, and he's thrown it all over his face and shirt. That's such is the heat out here and how these guys are responding. But aren't they playing some really good ball? So early advantage then to the English duo, the British duo, I should say, in this kind of Paralympic preparation tournament. This tournament in itself, though, very, very high stature, just one of 6 Super Series events that are just behind Grand Slams in the overall scheme of things. So very top tier event, loaded with points and prizes. That's why these guys are just fighting with all of their ability to win these kind of matches, because they don't come along every day. So much at stake. Andy, they're just saying to Brian, you've got all the balls, mate, in the back of your cart.
It's happened a few times this match,
Yeah,
hasn't it?
It has. And you know, it's often the way, isn't it, that a server, you know, or a returner will hold on to the better balls just so the server doesn't have the fastest ones to serve with.
Especially seeing as it was new balls at the end of the previous set.
It's a wonderful serve from Lapthorn, really wide and effective.
Mixing it up nicely as well, using the kick out wide rather than the body or the tee serve. Very clever.
Stunning play from Cottrell at the net there. What an angle that was.
It really was. He just knew exactly where to move. You can see him just starting to shift forward. And then what an angle. He's bouncing over the side fence.
It's kind of high-risk play, isn't it, venturing to the net? And you know, it's easy to overdo it, given how restricted you are in a chair compared to able-bodied. But it's been well measured. Oh, there's the underarm serve from Lapthorn. Volley just missed, spilling over the baseline, and Lapthorn holds on. And a roar of delight in celebration from Andy Lapthorn. But still a long way to go. These two ever dangerous. The American second seeds trailing 1-3, deciding set. Just a little tape adjustment for Brian Barton at the back of the court. Tape gets thrown back into his pouch, behind him.
Not quite as much energy coming from the American pair as there have been in the previous two sets. A little bit of a dip. There's an opportunity for the British pair to really get their noses in front here.
Yeah, that was a really telling serve, wasn't it? And timely from the Americans. You do wonder how much sort of 16 years, you know, their senior, how much more tiring it is as you're approaching 50 on a day of this kind of heat intensity. Brilliant from Anthony Cotterill, timely interception there and quality volley off the backhand wing. That took a lot of strength and control. Look at this.
It's pretty high up on us, wasn't it? And on the stretch as well. It did so well to control that racket face.
Oh, super play. He's come to the party with two blistering points back to back from Anthony Cotterill. Superb play from the Brits. So a couple of break points then on the Wagner serve now. Wow, that was so brilliant, wasn't it, from the British pairing? Just loaded with energy there, and Lapthorne scurrying around all over the court to make that extra ball, ask that extra question. That's a heady lead for the marginal underdogs in this one. The Brits leap out to a 4-1 lead here in set 3.
There were a few balls in that last rally that you didn't think that Andy Lapthorne was going to get his racket to, but he's just somehow found a way. And now the British pair have got that little bit of a safety cushion of the double break.
Brian Barton just hugging a case of ice around his chest just to cool his core down. There is no hiding place out here on this very hot July day. Midsummer at the Nottingham Tennis Centre, 12:30 almost locally. Just over 2.5 hours have unfolded in this one. And it's the Brits, as I say, with a 3-game cushion of a 4-1 advantage. Anthony Cotterill, who really came to the fore in that last game. Can he keep rolling with the momentum? Good body language between these two. Serving out 4-1 now. Quality from the Americans, great length, ball just sliding through the court really quickly on landing. Telling length from the Lapthorn backhand. You sense the Brits really starting to ride this mini wave of momentum, something that they've struggled to do throughout. Terrific play to snatch the opening tiebreak, but not an awful lot since in the second set. Here they are in set 3 with a really nice little surge. Difficult to serve at the far end of your picture for Cottrell, staring into the dazzling sun. He's been squinting a little bit, trying to get rid of some of the salt in his eyes. Never easy. So a lifeline. Will Wagner take advantage? Break back point here for the Americans. Yeah, super choice. Wagner left a little frustrated there. It wasn't easy. Half chance going begging.
You can see his body language as well is a little bit down.
Yeah.
It's the first time you've really seen him a bit despondent in this one.
Good play from Barton there. So again, Anthony Cottrell under pressure. Second break point for the Americans here.
Yep.
Yeah, too good from Wagner. Really good break back, and that was much needed for the Americans. A very important break of serve to haul themselves back with some semblance of winning this deciding set. But they've still got work to do, trailing 2-4 in this third set. But the second seeds will be feeling a lot better about their plight right now. Now, can Wagner hold on? Barton, beg your pardon.
Yep.
Super point. That forehand has been so fearsome from Lapthorn. He can carve out such an incredible can-opening angle, as well as he can spike it down the line, and lovely height and spin varieties within those extremes.
Great racket head speed as well. And you could just see him saying to his partner right here,
You. You.
The energy is good in the British camp right now.
They know that this is a big game. They would have wanted to take that 5-1 lead, but really responding well, getting up to love 30.
Super first volley from Cottrell at the net, found the line of the American court, and then the easy dispatch. They're twinning together just in the nick of time, aren't they? Both bringing their A game simultaneously, and that's all that matters. Suddenly, smiles breaking out all across their faces, but Lapthorne pointing down with discipline as if to suggest to his partner, it's right here. Cottrell finding the hole on the court, and again the British team respond with a timely break back of serve. They roll around the net and head out to a healthy 5-2 lead in this deciding set. 2 hours 40 played now. And the prize, get handed the hose. I bet they wish it was a hose full of water right now, but I'm sure it's like pretty cold air in preparation for what's going to be happening out in Tokyo. It'll be pretty hot out there. Look at that. Lovely moments. Talk about team play. That's taking it to the next dimension, isn't it? Give it here. I know what I'm doing with it. There's been some really timely brilliance from these two, some really terrific forays to the net from both, and that forehand really coming to the fore just in the nick of time from Andy Lapthorne.
Both players have really stepped up in this third set as well. Despite the hot conditions and the fatigue, they've really switched on mentally, haven't they? Really not let that momentum go since they've got the lead.
You look closely, sorry Anna, at the hand of Wagner, and you see it's blackened by all the pushing against the wheel rims. That one's trapped. Reverse, forward. How are you going to get it? Masterful with their command of the chair, these guys. So serving for the match then, Andy Lapthorne at 5-2, deciding set. Too good. Was loaded with topspin. It obediently dips down into the baseline of the Americans and jumps like a mule, rendering it ungettable for Barton. Terrific play. That forehand of Lapthorne really has been underpinning all of their great points today. response. You sense if anybody can haul this round, these two can, with all of their vast experience between them, both age 47. They've come through plenty of long matches, having been on the downside of the scoreline at this stage. Great back points for the Americans here. Andy Lapthorne yields, the Americans break. And there's still a long way to go here. David Wagner to serve, trailing 3-5, deciding set. Cottrell imposing at the net there, just waiting for his opportunity to cross, and hence Barton just sensing that with the net error.
Looks like he's starting to fatigue a little bit out there. Really struggling. Might be worth trying to target Barton.
That is just brilliant, isn't it? Never tire of watching that magical brilliance from the left hand of Andy Lapthorne. He's done that a number of times, and they've all come off. It takes a very high skill level to take the pace out of a fast oncoming serve. Just drizzle it over. So the Brits weren't quite ready there. Now then, after 2 hours 46, we've got 3 match points for the British duo. A storming forehand winner appropriately to finish the match from Andy Lapthorne, coming through 7-6, 3-6, 6-3. Lapthorne and Cottrell advance to the final of the quad doubles. A really terrific match and great effort from the second seeds, but they were downed in some style by Anthony Cottrell and Andy Lapthorne on the day. Confirmation of the score, 2 hours and 47 minutes it took, and that was an absolute epic.
What a performance from the British pair. They did so well in that final set especially. And wow, 2 hours 48 minutes, like you said, that was grueling conditions. Fantastic to come through.
So the underdogs advance into the final of the quad doubles. Barton and Wagner going down in 3 sets as we take a look at the numbers
Yeah.
in Italian.
Thankfully English this time.
Oh, beg your pardon.
I can actually read it. Yeah, I mean, you just look at that total points won. The one that stands out for me there, 96 points won. Cotterill on Lapthorne to the 95. You can see just how close it was. Literally came down to a few points here and there. And the British pair did so well to just take those crucial points.
Yeah, and both teams 10 breaks of serve, just showing and paying evidence there to the fact that, you know, the serve really not a dominant factor in wheelchair tennis as it is in the able-bodied event. We know all about that, but that was just brilliant. And you know, I think your takeaways from the match are the solidity of the Americans, that was just sort of less undulations, but the brilliance of the British duo. When they came good, they were just flourishing and just so flamboyant with their fireworks. The way that they played was just spellbinding, wasn't it? And when Cotterill came up with some of those amazing timely volleys as well, that was just outstanding. So a well-deserved win then for the British athletes. That'll give them a lot of confidence moving forwards, downing the second seeds in the Americans. And they'll take their time to take leave of the court, but that was a really terrific contest. And very shortly, we'll be bringing you Jiske Griffoen against Jordan Wiley, a Dutch-British clash. Wiley, of course, the 3rd seed in this women's wheelchair singles event, against Jiske Griffoen, who's making a comeback. But for now, this one belongs to the Brits, Andy Lapthorne and Anthony Cotterill. And to conclude, we'll hopefully get a few words from our winners courtside. They're just taking place. Let's hear from them now.
Gents, congratulations. I can tell you're extremely happy by the smiles on your faces. You have knocked out the second seeds and the 3-time British Open quads doubles champions. How does that sound to you, Anthony Cotterill?
Sounds good. Yeah, it was a tough battle today. Yeah, we've been on the wrong side of those battles, but you know, it's great to get through that match. Really good.
Andy Lapthorne, I'm looking at the clock. You're just under 3 hours. How are you feeling?
I feel not too bad. I've played a lot of long ones this summer, so I'm pretty used to it. The heat for me is quite good because of my CP. It actually helps for these guys, not so much. So maybe we had a bit of advantage there, and just nearly 3 hours, grind it out, and back for one more at the weekend. Indeed,
back for one more. Can I stick with you actually, Andy, in terms of what does this mean? What was the key moment for the match? When did it turn around for you? Was it possibly the potential 3 double bounce?
It nearly went the wrong way after that. I was very frustrated after that, but probably the big turning point was up that end when we played the really long point. I was hustling away, trying to get the balls back, and those are the type of points that can turn a match either way. And yeah, just a really close battle, and nice to grind one out every now and then.
Anthony, finally, you were in the final. You're going to face the #1 seeds. What are you guys going to bring to the table?
Absolutely everything. You know, we'll give it everything we can. It's a great preparation for Tokyo, So yeah, just bring it on.
Congratulations, guys. Well done.
Thank you. Cheers.
Come on! Hands up, Chris. Fernandez.
Well, just to keep you up to speed with what's happening, after the post-match interview for our winners, we'll be bringing you the women's singles. Jiske Gudifijn of the Netherlands will take on Jordan Wiley next up. And that was due not before 11 o'clock, well, it'll be not before 1 o'clock almost. No, it should be looming in the next few minutes, I'm sure. But plenty more action to unfold on day 3 here from the British Open wheelchair tennis. Gordon Reid will take on Joachim Gerard in the repeat of that Wimbledon men's singles final. And then we've got women's doubles featuring Abby Breakwell and her partner Charlotte Fairbank taking on a couple of French women. Abby Breakwell, of course, was a ball girl here, wasn't she, a few years ago? So really inspired so much by the occasion, she decided to take the game up and really has advanced really very effectively. So good on her. Let's wish her well today. And then following that, Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid take on Tom Egberink and his partner Michael Scheffers. So don't go too far. Quick cup of tea and back with the action.
Time now for the second match of the day on day 3 at the 31st British Open wheelchair. Time now. Time now for the second match of the day on day 3 of the 31st British Open Wheelchair Tennis Championships in Nottingham. It is the women's singles quarter-final. Jiske Gudifijn of the Netherlands facing the 3rd seed, Great Britain's Jordan Wiley.
Here we go then, our second match on day 3. Women's singles quarter-final from the 3rd quarter of the draw, featuring the 3rd seed, Jordan Wiley of Great Britain, taking on Jiske Gudifijn of the Netherlands. Our athletes are ready to roll just about. Always need just a few more minutes in wheelchair tennis as athletes go from day chairs to sports chairs, just making those necessary adjustments to make sure they're strapped in tight and ready to roll as fast as they can. This is going to be a really tough encounter. It's two very experienced players. There's our first glimpse of Jiske Griffin, 36 years of age. She's won 3 out of 4 slams in the women's singles category. The only one that she hasn't won is the US Open, where she's a semi-finalist 5 times, stopping her winner career slam. She stopped playing tennis in 2017 and then resumed in 2019. Let's listen to the coin toss. Okay, so tap of the rackets, it's all in good spirits, but friendships cast aside as Jordan Wiley will serve from this near end. From Steventon in Oxfordshire is the 29-year-old Jordan Wiley, ranked 4 in singles, 3 in doubles, and she's the 3rd seed here is Jordan, and age 14 she became the Britain's youngest ever women's singles champion. She has osteogenesis imperfecta, as does her father Keith, who was also a Paralympian and won a bronze medal in 1984 in New York. And she's the life partner to Mark McCarroll. They've been trying to get married, but of course COVID has interfered with that. And she's also a mum to young Jackson, who's here, 3.5 years of age. He'll be courtside watching. We'll take a look out for him shortly, I'm sure, with well, she's a twice Wimbledon, a twice women's singles champion is Jordan, having recovered to a slow start on the 2nd day of the British Open to overcome Japan's Manami Tanaka, 6-1 in the 3rd set to book her place in today's quarterfinal. As we take a look at her opponent today, 7 years older is Jiske. And as I say, she retired in 2017 and resumed tour late 2019, October it was, and has really done well to resurrect her world ranking back up to number 12 by winning the Swiss Open just recently. And to get here to this stage, she downed Britain's Lucy Shuker, who's also going to the Olympics. That was yesterday. Really tough ask for Lucy, that one. She went down hard. Love, 6-3, 6-love. You can see the profile of the very decorated Dutch. 12 singles and 21 doubles titles for the former world #1. She was born with spina bifida and also played wheelchair basketball, representing her nation in the 2000 Summer Olympics in Sydney at the age of 14. She said that 2017 she wanted to retire. She didn't have any more fire to compete, and obviously the couple of years of break have left her wanting to come back for more. She said that she'd take up a role in the media. She's back, mercifully, and it's just great to have her back on centre stage. But this will be a really tough ask for Jordan Wiley. Anna alongside.
Playing Jiske Griffin. She's ranked 12th in the world, and she recently won her biggest title at the Swiss Open in Geneva since coming out from retirement in 2019. Although she has never won a British Open title, although she has multiple Grand Slam singles and doubles titles, plus Paralympic medals as well. And what to have Jordan Wiley of Great Britain, the 13-time Grand Slam champion, 12 of those titles coming courtesy of a doubles partnership. She's ranked 4th in the world, and this is the 9th meeting between Jordan Wiley and Griffin at the British Open. And in fact, in the last 2 occasions when they've met, in 2015 and 2016, it was Jordan Wiley who went on to lift the title.
So head-to-head, 22-6. Jiske Griffin leads. but British fans will delight in what I'm just about to say. Jordan Wiley's won the last 4 of their encounters since 2016 in Roland Garros. She won in the quarterfinals, did Jordan. She won at the British Open in the same year, and she won down in Melbourne as well, and Loughborough Indoor earlier this year. Jordan Wiley taming her opponent today both times in straight games, but Jordan had a tough match in her opening tussle, and it's been really quite demanding. Took out Manami Tanaka of Japan, 3-6, 6-1, 6-3. So a bit of a slow start there, but recovering, winning back-to-back sets 2 and 3. For Yiski, she won 3 in love against Lucy Shuker, as I said. So here we go then, just building up to this women's singles quarter-final from the bottom of the draw sheet. Yiski Griffin of the Netherlands taking on Jordan Wiley in this British Open Wheelchair Tennis Championships women's singles quarter-final action just about to unfold. Griffin, a player of really vast experience. She held the world #1 spot in singles for 106 weeks between 2015 and 2017. So there's not a lot this woman hasn't done apart from win the US Open. She's won all the other slams in singles. So Jordan will have her work cut out. She is 7 years younger, is Jordan, a little bit fresher. Jordan is the last remaining British athlete after the loss of Lucy Shuker yesterday to today's opponent. So Yiski is looking to defeat successive British players back to back, looking keen and menacing. Keen start from the Dutch woman, carrying on from that bossy theme from yesterday's win over Shuker. Yeski Griffin winning the opening game in this one over Jordan Wiley, who was born with brittle bone disease and hit her first tennis ball at a tournament in Israel where her dad, as I said earlier, was competing. She's was quickly spotted by those around her, resulting in local media hailing her a star before her 4th birthday was Jordan. It's remarkable, isn't it?
No pressure or anything.
Yes, that's right. And, upon return to the UK, she joined Billesley Tennis Centre in Birmingham, trained on a weekly basis, before being scouted after her first wheelchair tennis camp 2 years later. And she went from strength to strength after that. At the age of 11, Jordan was asked to join the Elche Performance Programme, becoming Britain's youngest ever national women's singles champion in 2007, aged 14. Must have been difficult when you think back in terms of Yiska's sort of profile as owning the world #1 between 2015 and 17, 106 weeks, we said, back to back. When you see someone like Diede de Groot coming along, you know, younger, slightly stronger, and I think maybe that might have been one of the factors sort of in her temporary retirement, you know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's hard when you've reached the top of the game, you've achieved everything there is to achieve, to find that extra motivation and that dedication to think what more is there to achieve. But clearly she obviously missed the sport and wanted to get back into it, and has done incredibly well on her comeback so far.
Oh, a little bit of luck as that one bobbled off the top of the net from Jordan. And also, when you think back, you know, she's won Australian Open twice, has Yiska, 2015-16, French Open 2015, Wimbledon 2016, US Open, 5 semi-final showings as well. Just couldn't quite get across the line in the US Open. Maybe she's come back to put that one to bed, possibly. She talks of not being that interested in the Olympics upcoming. She's not been selected.
Like you said, I think the focus for her is purely on trying to get into that Grand Slam again and try and win those titles again. That's really what motivates her, what drives her. That is one of the main reasons why she came back to the sport.
That's a brilliant off forehand from Jordan Wiley. Hit with real pace, the inside of the ball at speed there. And immediately she generates a break back point on the serve of the Dutch woman. Yeah, she knew as soon as she hit it, didn't she? Yeski yields as well, so a break of serve each for these two athletes. You can see this slice so effective from Jordan. It's sort of peeling away from left to right on our TV screens as we watch it. It's hitting the inside of the ball a little bit. So craftily struck.
She's got great court craft though, hasn't she? She knows exactly what kind of shots to play. She's got every shot in the book. whether it be those power attacks with the topspin or the use of the slice and the drop shots. She can do everything out there.
Final set. One-handed serve. Oh!
And that's 3 breaks of serve already at the start of this match. Both players showing how dominant they are on the return.
Yeah, it's another great example, isn't it, of the strength, the quality in return of serve between most of these wheelchair athletes, breaking at will. Very hard to hold serve. But we mentioned Jordan Wiley and Mark McCarroll, her partner, originally supposed to get married in November 2020, but have twice been postponed due to the pandemic, and they've now moved their wedding forward to February 2022. And of course, she wants her dear friend Yui Kamichi, her doubles partner, who she just won the Wimbledon doubles with recently, just weeks ago, to be her bridesmaid, her chief bridesmaid. Understandably, they go back such a long way. They've been lifelong friends, and they both play and have so much fun together. Why wouldn't you want her there? Oh, high octane hit that one. Ripped forehand from Jordan.
All comes from the return though, doesn't it? Just landing inside the baseline, so aggressive. And they're really just leaning into that forehand.
Beautifully done. Spreading the court with great effect there, Jordan. Big bullying forehands, and don't they complement so nicely with that heavy slice backhand?
They really do. Such a good contrast. Really hard for the opponent to get into a rhythm when you're mixing up with that spin, whether it be the top spin or the slice. There's that forehand return again. She really has been dialed in early on that shot. Bringing up another 3 break points.
Jordan twice winner here, of course. It was announced earlier at the top of the programme, 2015 and 16. She's gone all the way to the British Open title on a couple of occasions. She'd dearly love to here as well. Griffin just overcooking the forehand a little bit, almost in panic, but Jordan bringing several heavy blows from her end of the court to put the Dutch under siege. This was really clever play. That one just long from the Dutch. So levelling up at 2 games all, and 4 consecutive breaks of serve out here on this warm, blistering day. 1:10 local time on centre court. Getting a little frustrated. She's very wired for this, looking very, very intense and just overhitting a little at the moment. Yet to really sort of find her mark. Each of these courts has a subtle change in pace about it because some are more exposed and played on than others. Ones that haven't, just that little bit more abrasive. Fractionally slower. That was a beautiful return of serve. First ace of the contest.
That's more like it. Needs a few more of those. Makes it so much easier when you get that first serve in. You can really control the point.
Good serve, just slid off the court very quickly from Jordan's racket. Now this might be our first hold of serve here as the Brit takes to the line at 40-15. Jordan Wiley holds on for a 3-2 lead first set. Dutch getting just a little frustrated. She's been buckled by the Wiley pace at the moment. Another thunderous strike off the forehand. Opportunity to really accelerate away here, give herself a couple of games cushion for Jordan. That's a good response from the Dutch, keenly onto that short backhand from Jordan Wiley. Still not out of the woods yet. Oh, a swing and a miss. Terrific from Jordan Wiley. Really spreading the court so well.
Another fantastically crafted point. Like you said, she just had her opponent on a piece of string, didn't she? Moving her side to side. And again, finishing off nicely with that slice. Gets that lead again, 4-2. Yiska's not very happy with that call. It did look like it might have just crept long. Could have been love 30, back to 15 all.
Well, at the moment, this seems like Jordan's game kind of just fits really well with the Dutch players, and she seems to like the patterns of play of Yiske Griffin. But this is a huge point coming up in the overall context of this opening set. Will the Dutch be able to forge her way back in now at 30 all, trailing 2-4, or will it be Jordan that accelerates away?
Come on.
Jordan Wiley holds on and heads out to an emphatic 5-2 lead in this opening set, looking very, very good. She's barely missed a ball, causing real problems for Yiske Griffin. It's Jordan Wiley who takes a heady 5-2 lead.
She's really put her foot on the accelerator, hasn't she, in these last few games? Seems to be finding her range with that forehand and using that backhand slice so effectively. Really running away with this opening set.
And suddenly you get a good look at why she's tamed today's opponents in the last 4 occasions, and the last 2 in straight sets for Jordan. Quarterfinals of the Melbourne Wheelchair Tennis Open back in 2020 on an outdoor hard court just like here, and then on an indoor hard in Loughborough earlier this year. Jordan coming through both times in straight sets. She looks very, very focused right now, and she's played some really good tennis to get this upper hand. She's been bossing the ball, playing with accuracy and pace. And the Dutch woman so far struggling to find answers. But she's such a fine athlete. She's so fast in her chair. Strong power to body weight ratio. That I'm sure, as a former world #1, she'll have plenty of tricks up her sleeve. Terrific backhand slice play from both women. And you do sense, given the state of play at the moment, Anna, that Yiski here in the picture has to keep a really good length of shot, something that she's really grappled with so far.
She can't let Jordan get onto that forehand because she's really been doing damage. Again, that forehand causing the unforced error. You've got to try and avoid it, see if she can serve to that backhand a little bit more. Got to mix it up and try and get Jordan out of her rhythm here because she's really zoned in.
Yeah, it's been a clunky forehand today, hasn't it, from Jordan? Really heavy hit. She's enjoyed herself. All that confidence taken from the Wimbledon win in doubles alongside Yui Kamiji recently. 5th title. You sense Yiski Griffin just over-pressing, trying to get the first strike in, as you so eloquently said, but just kind of forcing a little too much. Really wary of the wily forehand. Thank you very much.
Fortune favours the brave, as they say.
She's been impeccable so far, hasn't she? A little bit of lady luck on her side. It all evens out in the end. She's a set point now. Exactly on the stroke of half hour. Really good defensive prowess from the Dutch woman.
That's how good it's got to be, though, hasn't it? Jordan's not giving away any unforced errors. Really making Yiska work for the points out here.
She can ill afford that double fault at that stage, Yiski Griffin. Jordan Wiley, who's done a magnificent job mentally to turn around this head-to-head, having trailed, well, she's 22-6 down overall to Griffin. Having been far younger, but she's won the last 4 commendably, and that shows just how much she's come on mentally to deal with the former world #1. Good defense. Griffin not done with this opening set just yet. Fighting valiantly at the back end of it.
That slice backhand again. It really wasn't a bad serve. But Jordan just hits it so accurately and so aggressively. Brings up another set point.
Wow, a clunky forehand winner in keeping with the overall theme of dominance in the set. Jordan Wiley takes it 6-2 after 33 minutes played.
Such a dominant first set, wasn't it, Paul? That forehand really was prominent. That use of that backhand slice, such a great combination of touch and power.
Yeah, she certainly played some commanding tennis there, didn't she? Very dictatorial, and I think there the numbers to back it up. Look at that.
It really was. Just a lot more effective on those break points, creating 7 opportunities, taking 4 out of the 7. You could really see her return game was so dominant in that first set.
It's really interesting, isn't it, how the game's evolved and things kind of move on, and you can see that here's a former world #1 in your picture who just owned the game years ago, winning just about everything in singles and doubles. She's laden with titles in women's doubles from, you know, yesteryear, as well as in singles as well. But right now, well, Jordan's bringing more.
Sometimes you've got to hold your hands up and say your opponent's playing too well. Now it's going to be interesting to see if Jordan can keep it up throughout the second set. She's just got to just stay tough, find a way to make her play balls, and see if she can get a stranglehold in this second set here. She's got to try and stop that momentum that Jordan's got at the moment.
Oh, that just knifed through the court. Such a slice from Jordan there. And Yiski, you could tell, just going with the high balls to get it to jump on the court, but that was 10 out of 10 for a slice.
That was incredible, wasn't it? Just the amount of racket head speed that she's able to get. It just nice through the court.
Good solid service hold to 15 for Jordan Wiley to sustain the momentum that she's so cleverly engineered. She's been masterful so far, despite the change of plan from Yiskoi Griffin, just throwing up a few high balls. She's found answers and negated that passage of play for the Dutch.
She just looks so cool, calm and collected out there, doesn't she?
Yeah,
Nothing's
she does.
ruffling her. Just very much in the zone, which is what all tennis players want to get to. And she seems to be in that zone right now. Can she stay in there?
But if nothing else, this former world #1, who is so decorated, is, you know, she is so determined. It's written all over her, you know, on-court demeanour. She just looks so purposeful, doesn't she? Like she's in for the long-term scrap.
You can hear the effort as well during the rally, can't you? She's giving every ounce of energy.
But where Jordan's smart is she's using that heavy slice really effectively, so her opponent's having to dig it out and lift the ball. And then, of course, what follows up? A heavy forehand club. Here's a fine example.
She just holds it so well as well, doesn't she? Really smart, moving up the court. Just holds that forehand for a split second. Waits for her opponent to commit.
That's just superb. Good defensive work from the Dutch there. Jordan just sliding marginally wide on that one. Yeah, that's it. She finds her mark that time. That was stunning. And if she were to come through this Dutch woman, there's another. At the other half of the draw, the twice former champion here, Diede de Groot, is the top seed, who today takes on Shelby Barron from the States. Dana Matthewson, Cornelia Oosthuizen, Great Britain, lie up in that top half as well. Second seed projected to meet the winner of this one, should she come through against Takamura. And Nick van Hout might lie in wait. They're playing out on court 5 as we speak. It's a big opportunity, though, for Jordan here in this bottom half. In the absence of Yui Kamiji, who would normally be the second seed at the foot of the draw, suddenly things look a little different with Van Hout down there. Not suggesting that's at all easy, but she's had wins over her in the past. That's a fine forehand from Jiske Griffin.
Especially the way that Jordan's come out here playing, though. She's got to take so much confidence from this if she does end up getting through. She's going to be a really tough match for anyone she plays left in the draw.
That's a good serve and sting now, isn't it, from the Dutch? Just almost hearing us and responding. Don't write me off just yet, guys. Recent Swiss Open champion is Jiske. But is she battle hardened enough to find a way past Jordan Wiley? Jordan breaks the Dutch serve again. Is on an absolute mission out here now. set 2-love up, motoring along nicely.
She really is. She's not showing any emotion, just very businesslike and professional out here, isn't she? Wants to try and get this job done as soon as she can.
Just forget to loosen her hand a little bit there. There was a little bit of a stiff serve, too much contact, needed a bit more brush. I'm sure she'll be fully aware of that. The breeze has picked up a little as well, which is very welcome on this blisteringly hot day. Well, that's a super way to respond to a double faulted, isn't it? Land your first ace.
So you use the rule when it's convenient for what?
Sharp, accurate serving from Jordan. The spots.
It was, but Jiska can't afford to hit too many unforced errors. She's got to find a way to at least make Jordan.
Oh yes, high risk, took it very early, but got the reward. Really rolling the dice there, Jiska.
That's more like it. Like you said, she might have to take a few more risks out there.
Jordan yields to a high, risky Jiska. Did a really good return game there, didn't she? Piling on the pressure. So she still fights hard to get back into the early stages of this second set. She's going to head after the sit down to the tougher of the two ends, staring into the dazzling afternoon sun here at the Nottingham Tennis Centre. But we've been treated to some really great tennis already. If you are just joining us, welcome along. You're in the company of Paul Hand and Anna Smith, and you did miss the opening win for the British duo of Anthony Cottrell and Andy Lapthorne in the quad doubles semi-finals. They beat the second seeds Barton and Wagner with a really heady 2-hour 47 win, 7-6, 3-6, 6-3. Took 10 of 16 break points that they'd engineered, so that was a real epic, that one. All building up to Tokyo Paralympics upcoming. So Jiska Griffin will be feeling pretty good right now, although she lost the opening set, she's trying to forge her way back into this one, trailing 1-2 second set as well. For Jordan, I sense that she might use the drop shot a little bit more. She seems to have a lot of feel on that wing, but she's wanting to go deep all the time, which maybe it's just because Jiska's so fast in her chair.
Possibly. I think she's just had so much success so far with that deep backhand that she's been consistently using it. I think if Jiska can get a read on it, she might have to start mixing it up. There's the danger though, if you don't get enough bite on it and you hit it deep, it floats up. And as you can see here, just sits up nicely for that forehand. And she's able to use that spin down the line.
Oh, brilliantly taken. I just was thinking to myself, Anna, I don't know if you were the same, that it's almost like the Dutch had sort of negated the forehand of the British player a little bit by getting the ball out of the strike zone with different heights and spins and speeds, but there, some really commanding forehand prowess from Jordan again.
As soon as you let Jordan have that first strike in the rally, it's so hard to get back into it. I thought maybe she'd stayed a little bit behind the baseline, but even then Jordan still can dominate.
Just bobbling that serve off the top of the net for a double full, and more chance here for Jordan Wiley to re-establish that two-game cushion in set 2. Jordan Wiley breaks serve again.
Yiska just doesn't know what to do with that forehand. It's so deep and heavy, really struggling, especially when she's kicking it up high to that backhand slice. Really hard to time it.
Oh, terrific all-court tennis. One of the few times that the Dutch has forayed into the net, but that was really effective. Well, the physicality of these athletes is palpable. Jordan Wiley working really hard, having to out here. Big forehand return from the Dutch in response. She knows she doesn't really want to be a set 4-1 down. It'll be a tough mountain to climb there for Jiske. Got it. Wonderful bounce smash. Just got it at its apex. Terrific athleticism from Jordan Wiley, who's doing a really good job to tame the Dutch former world #1 here, making it look relatively straightforward, and having grappled with her Japanese opponent yesterday, she's looking really good out here.
That match yesterday might have been exactly what she needed. Sometimes when you come through those tough battles, just get match hardened, and all of a sudden she hit plenty of balls and is just really timing it nicely. Maybe got a little bit lucky with that last shot. You saw that wry smile from Jiske as she was wheeling to her chair, thinking everything is going Jordan's way. But as we said earlier, fortune favours the brave, and she's the one who's trying to dominate out here, and it's really paying off.
It's really interesting as well with what rolled along the floor there. You know, each of these athletes have their own way of staying fresh in what are very oppressive conditions. And Jiske's, you know, going for the classical water, maybe a nibble on a banana, and you know, some of them throwing water all over their faces and going for the sort of hair dryer, and
yeah,
you know,
there's the vent earlier, wasn't there, as well? Ice towels. Whatever works for you, especially in these conditions. It's not too often we have it this hot out here in Britain, but got to find a way to keep cool, and that's exactly what Jordan's done through this whole entire match so far.
Confident display from Jordan Wiley so far this match. Really has looked in control throughout. Another piercing winner.
She hasn't put a foot wrong, has she, so far? Everything she's touched turned to gold. Can she convert these 3 break points?
Yeah, another heavy forehand down the line winner from Jordan Wiley, who has this match under control here. She's really in the driving seat of this one. 6-2, 5-1, she now leads. She'll get an attempt to serve out this match. Playing really efficient ball out here. Is it too little, too late for Jiske?
She's not going to give up without a fight, is she? She's just going to find a way to make Jordan Wiley really work for it out here. But like you said, is it going to be a little bit too late?
Well, she's looking super sprightly as well, playing kind of in-your-face tennis. Body language is unbelievable right now. She's still believing, or at least forcing herself to find a way to. Got very upright chair posture and a real presence on the court, the former world #1. She's turned a lot of matches from this situation around in her time. Don't ever doubt her. Take her lightly at your peril. She's got 2 break-back points here, and anyone would think that she is leading the match with the way that she's conducting herself right now. Serve. That has been absolutely standout, hasn't it? That knife backhand that just peels away from her opponent, hitting that really well all day. As Jordan.
It's incredible how much bite she's able to get on it, and how much movement, always just going away from your opponent. Jiske does not have a chance to get even a racket on it.
Maybe a little belief from the Ash Barty slice backhand.
Maybe taking a little bit of inspiration just to be able to see that variety. It's nice to see different types of shot. I think sometimes people get a little bit too one-dimensional, so great to see that variety.
So another break-back point here for Jiske. From the body language where that one went, caning her wheel. Just not been her day today, but for Jordan Wiley, in contrast, after an hour and 3 minutes, she has a set point, match point. It's just gone long. baseline. Jiska Griffin still afloat. Griffin breaks just in the nick of time, but still has a lot of work to do. She's trailing a set and 2-5 now, the Dutch former world number 1, but she's still in this. She loves a good scrap, seemingly.
She's had a phenomenal attitude, hasn't she, this whole match? Despite being a set and 5-1 down, a lot of people would let their head dip and their body language would look a bit forlorn, but she's really stepped up. She's not letting Jordan Wiley take this match easily, is she?
No, she's been really a proud exponent of how to scrap, and it's been admirable. Just such a good advert to younger players. Really commendable. Just so good at opening the court. She's got the windscreen wipers on. Fast, heavy rain setting, hasn't she? Just spreading it so nicely. That forehand loop, just moving away from the Dutch woman so quickly. In a happy place right now, isn't she? With a good score lead. She's a proud mum of a 3.5-year-old gorgeous little blonde lad called Jackson. Cusp of getting married to Mark McCarroll, her long-term partner. Life is good for Jordan right now. World number 4 is among the contenders for singles and doubles honours here. She's beaten Van Hout before, very recently, to reach the singles semis at Wimbledon. She could meet her in the semi-finals here, should she get past Jiska Griffin. Said the British Open has some special memories for me as a player, one of the biggest and nearest tournaments to home for me. It's a really good tournament that I look forward to, says Jordan. Naturally, without fans around, it's going to have a different feel this year. And here she is, after an hour and 9 minutes. with a match point opportunity. Holding on by a thread. That's a big and timely serve from the Dutch 36-year-old. Playing these big points very, very effectively.
She's just finding ways to hang in there, isn't she?
And a little squeal of delight from Jiske Griffin as 5-1 down becomes 5-3. She's holding on with a couple of consecutive games. Now this is a difficult dynamic suddenly for Jordan Wiley, who served for the match at set and 5-1. But she's so quick around the court, isn't she, Jiske? She's got such an on-court presence. She really does believe. She's not done with this yet.
This is where it could get tricky, isn't it? You've had match points in previous games, then all of a sudden your opponent breaks back.
And your mind starts going to the dark side a little bit, doesn't it? You know, the internal demons come and gnaw away at you. Oh, I should have served it out at 5-1, didn't. The shower is running in the mind of Jordan Wiley already, but she's not off the court yet, if you know what I mean. She's kind of, it's so easy right now to future pace. Got to control your mindset and go one ball at a time. Easy to say, difficult to do. But she still has to remind herself that she's 5-3 up here. Good save. Welcome breeze has just picked up around the tennis centre.
Hear a support camp as well on the side of the court, starting to make a little bit more noise. They do sense there's a chink in the Jordan Wiley armour here.
Yeah, suddenly they're a lot more vocal, aren't they? Sensing opportunity for their charge. Sense all you like there, but that was absolutely gorgeous from Jordan. Knifing through that backhand, found the line.
You can see Yiska just eyeing it up, hoping a little gust of wind would push it wide, but just clips the outside of the line.
Another match point opportunity then. Saw the space on the court and kind of thrashed at it a little.
She hadn't been making those errors before, had she? And they're the ones that had just started creeping in the last couple of games. That's what pressure does to you. You see the finish line.
Now, will it be third time lucky? Jordan Wiley of Great Britain as the third seed in this women's singles wheelchair event. Downs former world #1 Yiska Griffin in some style. 6-2, 6-3. 3 match points required. An hour and 16 minutes. That was a really solid display. She served for it at the second set at 5-1, was denied, but the Dutch was getting stronger and stronger, and Jordan there doing a really good job of putting that quarterfinal to bed.
She'll be very pleased with that performance. You thought maybe you'd get a little bit tight at the end, but she really served it out well. Very, very professional performance that she can take forward to tomorrow.
Yeah, so I'm wondering, well, it'll be Annick van Coort who she'll meet in that semi. She's projected as the second seed at the anchoring the women's singles draw there. Whether she'll come through or not against her opponent, they're on court as we speak. For the meanwhile, it's Jordan Wiley, great British hope, the only Brit left in the women's singles, who's through to the semi-finals. As we take a look at the numbers, 7 breaks of serve in favour of Jordan from 13 breakpoint opportunities.
It was. You could really just see again that dominance on the return, really making it tough for Yiska to get any sort of traction on her service games. Really, really impressive stuff there.
Let's hear some words from our winner now.
Congratulations, I'll put my teeth back in, Jordan Wiley. Can I just say, I'd barely finished my lunch by the time you got through the first set. Why the quick start?
Made an effort to start this match better. Like, I knew it was going to be really tough. Like, she's the gold medalist from Rio for a reason. So yeah, the scoreline doesn't really reflect how close the match really was, I think.
I think the second set, yes, but the first set, you were just like racing away. You were dialed in, you were focused. Let's talk about that second set. It started, you were leading by 3 games to love, and then things started to turn a little bit. When did you realise that, and what did you need to do to overcome her?
Yeah, I think I started off a little bit nervy because obviously I know she's such a strong player, and I haven't played her since the beginning of the year, and she's had some good results. So yeah, I think once I found my foot in, I got a bit confident. I was away in the first set, so I was pretty pleased with that performance.
It means also you're a semi-finalist for the 3rd time at the British Open. I was going to ask you what belief do you need to bring, but I don't think you need any belief in this at all, because I just feel you're so focused right now and so dialed in. But is there anywhere you think you might need to work on ready for the semi-final?
Yeah, I feel like Yeah, I am focused. I absolutely love playing here. This is like ideal for me at home and on these lovely courts. I mean, I'd love a bit of rain, a bit of cool, that would be great. But in terms of things I can actually control, yeah, I just think my forehand wasn't probably the best it could have been today. So I'm probably just going to work on that in the morning and really dial in on working on the forehand because I wasn't that pleased with it.
Congratulations on the win, well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, the forehand really did underpin the performance, Anna. She was really on it today, wasn't she? Very, very sharp. So she's through to her third semi-final here. The twice former champion, Jordan Wiley of Great Britain. The third seed here looking really good and earning every part of that semi-final upcoming. That'll be tomorrow. And, really enjoying the warm conditions. The forehand just zinging through the court with great efficiency and effect. So she's out of her sports chair. Well, now some showing from Jordan. So very shortly, Gordon Reid, who's just doing his warm-ups beside us in our little red gazebo beside the court. He's having balls thrown to him and a lot of reaction work from side to side. He's been doing a lot of band work. He's getting warmed up. He'll take on Joachim Gerard, the British 5th seed against the Belgian 3rd seed in the men's singles. That'll be upcoming, so don't go too far. We'll be bringing that one any minute now.
Hope you've been enjoying our coverage so far of the British Open Wheelchair Tennis Championships in Nottingham. It's been a glorious day and we've got more matches coming up for you on centre court. Next up, it is Britain's Gordon Reid, Joachim Gerard from Belgium in the men's singles quarter-finals. Final.
Well, a mouth-watering repeat of the Wimbledon final, a battle of one reigning champion and one former Wimbledon champion, the 5th seed and world number 5 Britain's Gordon Reid, 29 years of age, inaugural winner at the Wimbledon Championships 2016, takes on Joachim Gerard, the 3rd seed. Gordon, who hails from Glasgow, he's had such a good time of it. He won the tournament in Queens, and he's twice British Open singles finalist is Gordon Reid. We've yet to have a British winner in this event. 5 years ago in 2016, he shot to prominence in January of that year when he won his first ever Grand Slam singles wheelchair title at the Australian Open. A maiden major title, always a significant moment in anyone's playing career, and indeed a career-defining moment. And in July of that year, of course, he followed up with a second Grand Slam victory in the inaugural singles wheelchair championships at Wimbledon. And then in the summer Paralympics, he took the gold medal of the men's wheelchair singles event, beating fellow Briton Alfie Hewitt in straight sets, 6-2, 6-1. And they took the silver in the doubles back then. Turning our attention to his opponent, 32 years of age, the Belgian number 1. He's been ranked number 1 in singles in the world. Gerard, just one of 5 former British Open champions through to the last 8 of the men's singles here, with really playing some good ball. So he was so emotional after his Wimbledon win, and of course he took his maiden title at the Australian Open as well of singles Grand Slams, did Joachim. So he's really on a rich vein of form. Let's hear a few words from our MC now. Over to Anne-Marie.
Now, it's a 4th meeting between Gordon Reid and Joachim Gerard from Belgium, and you might be thinking this is a case of deja vu, isn't it? Despite the fact they're meeting again at the British Open, this will be a repeat of the Wimbledon final of 2021, and I won't give away any spoilers about who the winner was in that match, but I will say for Gordon Reid, he is 5th in the world rankings when it comes to the singles, and he's a 2-time finalist in 2012 and 2014. And what of his Belgium counterpart? Well, he's the former British Open champion in 2013. He's ranked 3rd in the world singles, and he's also a 2-time Australian Open and former Roland Garros champion. I'm expecting a big battle between these two.
So Joachim Gerard was such a physical presence on court, so physically imposing, broad-shouldered, a real strong, burly Belgian. He brings a lot to the court, and of course with 2 Grand Slams behind him this year, I mean, he really has hit the ball very, very well. He won, as I said, down in Melbourne Park, the Australian Open, followed up with the SW19 title at the All England Wimbledon Championships recently on the grass, and well, he can barely do any wrong. And of course, the French Open winner was Alfie Hewitt. So, you know, he's had the real run of all the action. And, he's done a lot of winning this year, has Joachim. It's going to be really interesting. And of course, Anna, so critical that both of these guys start well if they're to really contest this one.
It really is, especially having played previously a couple of weeks ago in that big final. Crucial that Gordon Reid sees if he can get a quick start out here, because like you said, Gerard is full of confidence, having won those 2 Grand Slams this year.
Yeah, and he was so emotional, Joachim Gerard, after claiming that first Wimbledon title, 2nd Slam trophy of the year. Down in Gordon Reid on the show court 3 at Wimbledon. Held his nerve impressively towards the end, coming through 6-2, 7-6 in front of a big noisy crowd. He said, I like this tournament so much. Last year was really painful for me not to be able to come to Wimbledon. I wanted to do the best I could, and that's the best I could do. He's absolutely delighted for that win. I know it's going to have an amazing impact in Belgium. 2 major titles in 1 year. It'll be huge, he said. So let's look forward to the follow-up of Belgian wheelchair talent coming to the fore. The way that Becker did, Boris Becker many years ago, when all the German tennis players then followed, and Borg in Sweden, very often it has a really big kick-on effect. So confirmation of this one upcoming then in the British Open Wheelchair Tennis Championships. Gordon Reid of Great Britain, the 5th seed, taking on the reigning Wimbledon champion, Joachim Gerard of Belgium. Back then at the All England, Gerard managed to break serve 5 of 9 times, landed 74% of first serves in. Gordon's serve was a little off colour that day, just 60%. He'll have to raise the bar today, but he'll be up for this. Looking to avenge that Wimbledon loss then is Gordon Reid as the 5th seed here in the 3rd quarter of the men's singles draw, taking on Joachim Gerard of Belgium. Just checking where the sun is in the sky. Here we go then. Let's get this men's singles quarter-final underway. Gordon said in sort of pre-match interview, the British Open's where I won some of my early big titles as a junior. It was the first major for me and Alfie back in 2015 that he harps on about a lot. He says, I've got some great memories from Nottingham on the back of the success of Wimbledon. Well, miss the home crowds because there's no fans allowed in at the moment. This is all behind closed doors. But this week will be added preparation for Tokyo, and hopefully the fans will tune in on the live stream to support us. Hoping to inspire the next generation of players to start out their journey in the sport is Gordon Reid. Piercing the line with that one and bringing up a couple of game point opportunities, the lefty. Pleased with that. A fine start from the British number 2. But this man's so dangerous, Anna, because he brings so much physicality to the court, doesn't he? He's just a beast. He's so burly. He can just rip the ball so hard off of both wings. And on a warm condition like this, on a fast court, that's going to be a tough ask.
Oh! Kiss.
That's what I'm talking about with the burly game that he brings. That is such a weighty backhand that's just jumping off the court.
Just takes it so early as well, doesn't he? Uses every ounce of pace that the ball's already got on it, and then is able to just generate so much racket head speed. Goes through the court so well.
Pretty lively out here right now, probably arguably the hottest part of the day. Let's have to set up really keenly, otherwise the ball just zips off their string bed.
First sign of a little bit of breeze as well, which I'm sure is going to be welcomed by these two players out on court.
Keen return from British number 2. He lost out to Shingo Kunieda in the 2012 and 14 finals here in Nottingham. Reid break serve to 15, and he's off to an absolute flyer here. Will spinning off the start line. It's a heady 2-love lead. It's Gordon Reid. He's looking menacing already on this sticky Thursday in Nottingham. Just super aware of where the sun is, the conditions, the breeze, just checking his ball toss, the way that a golfer would throw a few bits of grass into the air to check out what's happening. These guys are super aware of conditions, it's so important as well. pained Joachim Gerard at the Queen's Club final, Anna, that we commentated together at the Cinch Championships. 3-6, 6-2, 13-11 in that third set as a tiebreak in last month's semi-final of that event. It was a really good win for him that you'd imagine would stand him in good stead today, despite losing that Wimbledon final to the Belgian #1. He can play some really good ball, can't he? We saw on that the clever use of the backhand slice, putting the ball to really awkward areas of the court.
Similar to Jordan Wiley in the previous match as well. Both can be really aggressive with their forehand, and then they've got that slice, which is such a weapon. Getting it moving away from the opponent. He's got such variety.
No ball kids this week. I guess it's a COVID thing, isn't it? Strict protocol we're under here. Everybody is masked up. PCR tests, lap flow tests, the whole lot. And it's ongoing as well throughout the week. Players in a strict bubble. Of course, can take nothing for granted, what with Tokyo Paralympics upcoming as well. Nicely down, and really early forehand zinging down the line. Reed.
It's that great 1-2 punch, isn't it, with the lefty? You use that wide serve on the ad side and take their forehand nice and early. Just opens up the court for that down the line forehand.
Slightly wrong. He was driving the point really well with such effect.
He'd done all the hard work, hadn't he? He'd somehow managed to get the ball back into play, and then he sort of went up to the ball and almost thought that he felt that the point was already over.
Still got a little wriggle room. He's 2-love 40-30 here, his own deal. Been called wide by a slither. Gerard, a tricky customer, because of course if you give him pace, he seems to respond well to it oncoming. He's back in this return game with a pretty steely look right now, the Belgian. We're down 40-15. He's now hauled it back to deuce. Really nicely taken. Throwing the chair around really quickly to get around this. Let's take a look at this. Look at that. It was low, tricky, but look at that. Just a sleight of the hand. Very strong in the wrist, Gordon Reid. Very awkward when taken wide as well. He's conjurous. What a beautiful finish to a really good game. The 5th seed romps out to a 3-love lead. Puts himself in a really commanding position, hitting a very good ball, Anna.
He has been. He's really started this match with his A game out here, hasn't he? That serve is working really, really well, especially that wide serve on the ad side, really opening up the court. And then using that forehand down the line really well. You saw that, I'm not sure if people saw on the top right of our screens when Gordon was on camera, you could see a little guy in a white top. Shingo Kunieda was just doing a little bit of scouting, seeing what is potentially to come. And Gordon made sure he showed him exactly what he was made of.
Yeah, because Kunieda, of course, is a 7 times British Open champion, isn't he? I mean, he's so well versed on these hard courts of Nottingham, a surface that he grew up on back home in Japan. But this man, interestingly, with his own little parasol there, normally the ball kids would be holding them, but not so. Just not quite au fait with the turns of getting it up and down quickly. Not used to holding his own umbrella. It might become an umbrella in a couple of days' time. Forecast not great for Saturday, Sunday. We'll find a way of getting through, but plenty to ponder for the referee and tournament director, I'm sure. Hopefully that forecast will change and it'll remain like this. So Joachim Gerard yet to get on the scoreboard, trailing love 3 here. To get rid of that ball. A haunting reminder, that one barely made the net. Very unlike Gordon Reid.
Didn't quite get the setup right, did he? Looked like he was just moving back, or maybe he could have been moving on to that shot.
This is a man, Joachim Gerard, the Belgian #1, that can rip the match out of your hands. He's just so power laden. Such big game.
That's exactly what we saw when they played against each other at the Cinch Championships on the grass courts, wasn't it? That first set, he really just took the racket out of the hands of Gordon Reid, who did so well to come back. But like you said, he's just got that brute force, doesn't he? He can really hit through the court.
He's got that sort of lovely pre-serve calm. Almost looks like he's having a little nap before he serves, you know what I mean? But it's all sort of just to get in the right frame of mind, isn't it? And still himself for the fury of what's to come. Well, Gordon will be sitting a little uncomfortably, though he's 3-1 on the scoreboard right now. There was 3 or 4 shanks in that game, which will unnerve him a little, and Joachim Gerard settling well in that game. That's the first game on the board for the Belgian. But Reed there with a few mistimed shots. Never nice, Anna, is it, where you change ends and suddenly your timing's a little off?
Especially if there's a little bit of a change in the conditions with the wind slightly picking up. It's going to be blowing from a different direction when you're down one end compared to the other.
Good body or chair serve there from Gordon Reed.
Such a good weapon, isn't it, when you've got that lefty serve? It just is able to swing into the hip of the player. It's so tricky to defend against.
Takes a little while to adjust to the nuances of taking on a left-hander as Joachim has today. A lot of players working with sports psychologists. Of course, we hear so much about Ash Barty and various other players. I'm wondering whether these guys are engaged in that regard at all. Tend to leave no stone unturned. They have been getting some good results. I don't know is my honest answer. If you did, Anna. They've got just about every other resource at the LTA.
They absolutely do. I know they have a team of sports psychologists at the LTA, so I'm sure they'll be using them. There's also a nutritionist here as well.
Oh, okay.
We saw him down at breakfast.
Right.
So they're making sure that there's no stone unturned in the lead up, especially to the Paralympics.
Was he the fat one that was 20 stone overweight?
That's exactly the one. I'll be sure to remind him of that.
Gordon's got to be careful here. Lost the previous game and staring down the barrel a little at 15-30 second serve. That's a brilliant point from both players. Fiercely contested. What a barrage of bullying ground shots that was from both.
Incredible athleticism as well, isn't it? You could see they were going the full length of the court.
Two break points to attempt to fend off them. Gordon Reed. That's a really telling length on that serve, because Joachim Gerard loves nothing more than to wheel in and take it early, Anna. We saw that a lot at Queen's.
We saw that in the first service game of Gordon Reed as well. That backhand down the line on the second point, just took it on. Hit it away with disdain. Couldn't quite do that there though.
Brilliant length again on the serve. Just what the doctor ordered for the 5th seed.
So key to be able to get that first serve, isn't it? You're able to dominate a lot more, get a few more cheap points, which you want.
Both of them just wheeling around, deep in thought. They've played each other numerous times. Head-to-head, 17-15, favouring Gordon Reed over all the years. Started back in 2007. Wow. Get out of jail there for Gordon Reed, because that was a keenly struck return from the Belgian.
I think Gerard just took a little bit of a look over to his coach, who I think nodded towards him saying, yeah, that was a let first, second serve.
Well, he was sort of indecisive there, wasn't he? Thinking, shall I let that bounce for the second time or not? Electing to take it after the first and making a hash of that one. Very uncharacteristic for Gordon, who's now yielded a third breakpoint opportunity here in this service game to Joachim Gerard. Gerard breaks back just in the nick of time on his third breakpoint opportunity. And he's back in the early stages of this opening set. Was trailing love 3, but hauled it back now to 2-3. Go for the umbrella. It's a welcome shade. Well deserved.
We've seen so many different ways that players have been trying to cool themselves down today, haven't we? Whether that be with a bent, throwing cold water over themselves or anything.
Scorching day here in Nottingham. Very little breeze around. Flags are just not fluttering at all at the moment. And it's got to be approaching 30 degrees. The players under the respite of the parasols. Gordon Reid came out to an absolute belting start. And now Joachim Gerard has just bitten back. It's thrown over the railing on the side. It'll be him to serve, the Belgium #1, at 2-3 down in this tight opening set. So good when he's playing those high looping forehands and then knifing through some heavy slices. He's just so rich in variety and mix when he's really on. But of course, against today's opponent, it's tough to get that kind of rhythm because he can just go through these really streaky, bossy phases in the match. Brilliantly dispatched. Interesting how he opted for the high return there.
It's clever though, isn't it? Gives himself a little bit more time to get back into the middle of the court, and also so hard to get out of the way of it, especially when you're recovering after that serve. Really, really smart play. Really clear thinking from Gordon Reid out there.
He knows that Joachim Gerard is a man who just loves oncoming pace. He just relishes it, doesn't he, in Belgium? So he's not giving in to that. Must be feeling so confident, having won 2 of the 3 major tournaments this year, Gerard. back consecutive points then for the server. Just what he wanted, loaded the spin on the forehand return and just sort of teased out the error. There was no contact, just a lot of sort of fluff and top spin. The ball just sat there for Gerard to rip at. He just got his timing slightly wrong. It's just playing into the hands of Gordon Reid. Such a smart tactician. So break point again for the 5th seed. Oh, it's stunning. Spellbinding tennis and strategy from Britain's Gordon Reid. And he heads out to a 4-2 lead. Really clever tennis, Alan.
It really was. Again, he's just using that variety with the forehand, getting him off the court. And then he held it so well, didn't he, at the end there? Could have either gone cross-court with it again, but chose to go down the line into the open space. Really calm and composed from Gordon Reid. Yeah,
and he knows he doesn't want to go toe-to-toe with the banging game against Joachim because there's only one winner, because his shoulders are about twice as wide as Gordon. You know, I mean, smart thinking.
It is. That's one of Gordon's strengths out there. He's such a great tactician. He knows exactly how to play the game.
He's got such a lovely, calm reassurance about him. It's Gordon Reid. Good front runner generally. It's been unusually rhythmless, this match, hasn't it? It's been, I kind of, coming into this, I thought we'd see a lot of fireworks, a lot of long, powerful rallies, but in fact, anything but.
I think that type of play suits Gordon pretty well, though. He wants to try and get Gerard out of his rhythm by using that top spin, that height, that spin, because as soon as you let Gerard get into a rhythm, especially with those forehands and backhands, he's just able to hit through you and cause some serious damage. So this is playing right into his hands.
Gerard pushing keenly in, looking for the early return option, but not having much effect off it so far. He's always done well at the NEC Masters end of year as well, has Joachim, because of that sort of game. Sometimes we've had it, hosted it in this country indoors over the years, and he you know, Loughborough, he likes to come forwards after that return. He's a real exponent of that kind of tactic. He just likes to strip his opponent of any time and space. There he does it again. He's fist pumping. He's found himself another breakpoint opportunity, has the Belgian #1. was a good accurate spike of the backhand down the line there from Gordon that gave him the upper hand in the point. Much needed at this stage. Pulls the game back to deuce, momentarily fending off any danger. Second break point of the game then for Gerard. Yeah, happened to guess the right way, and it's Gerard again causing danger. Breaking back just in the nick of time, but it's still Gordon Reid with the upper hand in this opening set. 4-3. Brett leads, but it's a very tight set that's still very much in the balance.
Yeah, it really is. You could see that frustration in that last point there. He just went the wrong way with that forehand, straight into Gerard's backhand and left the open court.
He's looked so at home out here, hasn't he, Gordon Reid? Twice finalist here, as we said earlier. But there's moments as well when he looks so troubled. It's kind of an interesting setup against Gerard whenever they play. It's a really tough one to call, always pretty tight.
It's tough to find rhythm, isn't it? There haven't been too many really long rallies out there, which probably suits Gordon Reid a little bit more than it does suit Joachim Gerard. Likes to keep the points short and sharp.
And they've been sharing wins since the back end of 2019, these two. One would win, then the other, you know, yo-yoing around all over the place. But this man should be full of confidence after the, you know, the Wimbledon title. And sometimes, you know, you're filled with fear. You're playing not to lose kind of tennis. That could be tricky, I'd imagine. As the Wimbledon champion with that new sort of title on your shoulders, you've got the target on your back. Here he is, 3-4, Gerard.
Boom!
Great return, sweetly timed. Oh, a monster. What a cross-court contact from Gordon Reid.
That's more like it, isn't it? Really went after that backhand, took it on early. And that racket head speed just drove through that ball. So aggressive.
Almost aggrieved that he lost serve just now. Gordon Reid biting back with a vengeance. Love 30 situation here. Yeah, tough from that far behind the baseline to go for an outright winner like that. But of course, in this kind of heat, sometimes you make rash decisions. So from love 30, 2 consecutive points for the server. So 3 consecutive points. He's landing some timely first serves. Himself after that miss. That was a huge point. Having worked so hard from love 30 to get the upper hand, get the game point. All he needed there with Gordon's court position was just a soft-handed drop volley, but he went for the big sticker, found the tape. But he does seem a lot more settled. And underpinning the Belgians' game right now is the quality of first serve that he's landing. He's landing a lot of them, and they're very poignant as well. Brilliant point from Gordon Reid. Lovely hands. Putting together the extremes of power and touch, Anna, there.
That's the shot that Gordon Reid was after, Joachim Gerard, sorry, was after in that previous point. Just that nice deft touch that Gordon Reid possesses. Such a clever shot.
Joachim Gerard of Belgium momentarily losing his way here. He's wheeling around, going for his towel, momentarily stepping off stage because these moments are big in the overall context of this opening set, and he knows it. He's taking his time. He needs to get this right under pressure of break point. Has measured that to perfection. Lovely wide kicking serve, getting Gordon outside the court and smashing to the space.
A fist pump to his coach at the end of that point as well, wasn't it? He knew the importance of that. Can't afford to go a breakdown at such a pivotal moment in this first set.
Getting a little tangled up in that one. The chair and the ball are a little too close, maybe.
Just looked like he couldn't quite decide whether he wanted to go for the forehand or the backhand, then just moved a fraction late. And when the ball's coming hard and fast at you down the middle, you just don't have time for that indecision, do you?
So another break point for Britain's Gordon Reid. Oh, he ups his game and gets the reward. A really terrific deep return from the British number 2. And he's back in the box seat here in this first set. After 42 minutes played, he's got a heady 5-3 lead. Serving for the set. Yeah, well watched. Backhand return of Gerard, just that little bit short, and Gordon could just pick that one off on his forehand wing. It's been a cagey set by both this.
Doesn't feel like either player has really reached the top of their game, does it? Still finding their feet.
That's a wonderful and timely ace from Reid. Won the title here, did Gerard, in 2013, down Stéphane Houdet, the veteran Frenchman, in that final 8 years ago. Clever the way that he held that backhand and went with the back behind, and yeah, let's see it again, see if we can see from here. Difficult from this camera one position, but
definitely looked long.
The line.
No, I'm pretty sure that looked long, and you can even see Kim Gerard's coach is on his feet.
Well, a voice in our ear whispers that it was in Hawkeye. 2 set points for Gordon Reid. That's just a brilliant finish to a cagey opening set from Gordon Reid, and a real roar of approval from him. What a celebration that was. He knew how important that first set was, having lost a couple of weeks ago at SW19 in the Wimbledon final. He's biting back, secures the opening set, 6-3, after 46 minutes of action.
Yeah, did really, really well to come back in that first set. You can see just creating exactly the same number of break points, but just that extra break in this first set was all the difference. Really found his first serve as well, didn't he? And used that weapon of sliding it down the tee and sliding it out wide, and then hitting that forehand into the open space. otherwise there wasn't too much between the two, just a few crucial points here and there.
Yeah, total points won as well. Quite a disparity there, really. 8 points between them. It sort of felt closer than that, didn't it? I think that's because Gerard sort of made that flurry towards the back end of that opening set. But it was a really great set to watch, and the sort of strategic, purist set, I guess, looking at it. It was very, you know, it wasn't what we thought was going to unfold. Gordon Reid really playing some canny tennis, mixing it up very nicely. Went out to a 3-love lead in it. Didn't manage to hold on, but he's been offered something, perhaps, I don't quite know what that was. Maybe banana, maybe something cooler.
Might have some electrolyte gels, just making sure you've got enough salts and electrolytes in the body, especially in temperatures like this when you're sweating so much. Don't want to be losing anything. Don't want that performance to drop. So making sure they take on the right fuel in terms of food and drink.
So a must-win set upcoming then for the Belgian #1 and reigning Wimbledon champion, trailing a set. Here we are at the start of set number 2. Gerard to serve.
It's more like it from Gerard, isn't it? He's doing that 1-2 punch now, getting that serve out wide, and then ripping that backhand into the open space.
Synonymous with that looping, arcing forehand that he can angle, he can play deep, he can play high, he can play short. And he's got that crafty little drive backhand that he uses sparingly, normally going for the slice backhand to keep the ball down low out of the hitting zone of the Belgian. That's where normally Joachim is very strong on that high backhand, but he's just not getting hold of that today.
Just maybe looks like he's taking it a fraction too high as well. Normally he's stepping into that a little bit more, but it just looks like he's taking it above head height. It's really tough to attack from up there. You have to be so strong and time the ball so well. If your time is just a fraction off, the errors can start creeping in.
Top edge from Gordon, can he catch it? Ooh. Shingo Kunieda, the top seed in this event, has been reigning, twice former winner here of 2019 and 18. Prior to that it was Gustavo Fernandez in 2017. And Stefan Houdet with 2 previous wins in 15 and 16. Never a British name on the title here at the British Open. Is this the year that perhaps Gordon Reid can find a way? Big pacey ground shot from Gerard. Hewitt takes on Stefan Houdet. They're out on court 5, third match today. The winner of this plays the winner of that one. Wow, I can confirm, or Anna can confirm via Twitter, that Alfie Hewitt won that one against Stefan Houdet. 6-1, 6-1. Well, that's quite a scalp against the Frenchman, the 6th seed of such experience. Alfie Hewitt, the 2nd seed at the foot of the draw. He's through and will take on the winner of this match. Now that's what he normally does. Sweet timing from that Belgian backhand.
It was a much better contact, wasn't it? You could really hear the ball come off the strings. There was a definite collision with the racket and the ball, and he won that collision.
Straining every sinew there was the burly Belgian, but to no avail. Pegged back to deuce from a terrific return from Gordon Reid. This match unfolding exactly to his script. Be delighted if he could forge another break of the Belgian serve right here, just trying to relax and bring his game to the next level. Gerard shows a lot of character, hangs on to a long, tough game in the 2nd set at the very start. And heads out into the lead for the first time in the match. Up the top of the draw, Shingo Kunieda takes on Michael Scheffers. And then in the 2nd quarter, Gustavo Fernandez, winner here 3 tournaments ago, is the 4th seed. The South American #1 takes on Tom Egberink, the 8th seed from Holland. So it's a loaded, strong men's singles draw, as always. This is the 5th of 6 Super Series events unfolding this year. A little bit of welcome cloud over centre momentarily. Pops of cloud up above. But otherwise, just lovely conditions. Couldn't really have scripted it any better. Maybe the players would say actually just a little bit cooler would do us nicely, thanks.
That's what Jordan Wiley said in her on-court interview previously. The only thing she would have changed was just a little bit of rain to cool it down, but like you said, perfect conditions out here, hardly a breath of wind.
Yeah, we rarely pray for rain, do we, in this country? But you do sense it's kind of much needed to break this baking heat phase. Yeah, he's just so good at that, isn't he? With a big round shot and then following up with nice soft hands. Two extremes from Gordon Reid. Makes it look very, very easy. It's not.
He just has this ability to know the right time, when to come forward, when to just shift his position inside the baseline. And then he's got that composure to just hit that drop shot. It makes it look a lot easier than it actually is.
Reid not offering Gerard much angle to play with there, just offering a different heights, spins up and down the middle of the court, almost lulling the Belgian into error.
It's quite clever play, isn't it? Sometimes when you open up the court, you give your opponent the angles, but if you're just relentless down the middle, it's tough for them to open up. And he just lost a little bit of patience and forced the error there from Gerard.
It's a hearty return from Gerard. Again, in three-quarter court, anything short gobbles it up. Imperative for Gordon Reid, if he's to come through this in straight sets, he's got to land deep, telling serves that are unattackable. He can do that off either wing, Gerard, off the forehand or the backhand return. But that's sometimes the price that you pay with running the risk of taking it on very, very early. Sometimes it comes with the odd shank. It's quite a gritty court, we're told. It takes a lot of spin and the ball jumping a little bit. Tough to get timing if you want to return early. You're rolling the dice a little. understand his frustration, the ball just jumping off the top of the net there. He's under a lot of pressure right now, because Gerard is just rolling in fast into anything short off of the Reed serve. And it's causing a little angst in the mind of the British player, hence the double fault there. And a breakpoint opportunity now for Gerard. Reed seemingly deep in thought. What kind of serve can he conjure here? Brilliant. Can opening, swinging, classical lefty serve, getting him out of danger. Couldn't quite dig it out. So again, another break point for Joachim Gerard here, who I think is getting better and better as the match is unfolding. He's settling to the timing on this court, is Gerard. Gordon Reed bolted out of the blocks for a 3-love advantage in set 1, serving for 4-love, unable. Still took that opener, 6 games to 3. Didn't quite do enough with the backhand volley, and he knows it. And there's another break of serve in favour of Gerard as Gordon Reed powers the ball down the other end, almost frustrated. He's asked a lot of questions there. Suddenly the Belgian is accelerating away in set 2.
Following a very similar pattern to the match they played at Queen's at the Cinch Championships. That first set was 6-3, then all of a sudden Gordon ran away with it in the second set. So that's what's going to happen here with Gerard.
That's a lively return point from Gordon Reed, who's wheeling round in a frenzy now, almost irritated by that 2-love lead for the Belgian. He's so keen to claw this back his way. Two-year-old Belgian #1 attempting to draw on all of that experience that he's taken in the last 12 months or so. Well, both have hit the peaks of world #1 throughout their young and illustrious careers. Both are former reigning Wimbledon champion in the Belgian. Who's going to come through today? Blistering from Reed in chapter number 33. Between them, that was an absolute belter. Let's see it again. Two break back points here for Reed. Simply bossy tennis from the Belgian there. He was all over that, wasn't he? Early forehand down the line, really setting precedent.
That was absolutely fantastic. He just had Gordon Reed on a piece of string throughout that rally, didn't he? Just moving him left, right. And Gordon Reed did so well to stay in the rally for as long as he did and make it tough. But still got another break point to defend here, Gerard.
Super point again. Great choice from Gordon Reed with the back behind. That was tactically so astute.
It's just so clever. It just really kicks off the court, doesn't it?
And he's so aware as well, Anna, isn't he, that he can't let Gerard spring out to a 3-love lead the way he had in the opening set, because pretty much the set's written off at that stage, isn't it, with the, you know, the way that the Belgian has the momentum this year and Wimbledon champion and all that. Gordon has to break here in effect. Yes, can't quite get a lot across the line in this game. The hesitancy between first and second bounce there.
The longer this game goes on as well, the more crucial it will be to the outcome of this set. 2-1 or 3-love is a big difference between the two.
Yeah, he doesn't miss those too often. Fist pump, he was pleased with the backhand prior that set it up. Had width and speed and spin. This one here.
Just looks so relaxed as well, doesn't he? He's just able to generate such natural, easy power. Just very, very composed. And you can see with this routine before the serve.
Oh, that is a brilliant point from both players. Gerard there just stranded a little in the middle of the net after that high volley, unable to really control its destiny too much. And he was just a sitting duck, wasn't he, to the pass from Gordon Reed.
Didn't look quite like he knew whether to move forward or stay back, did he? And sort of he ended up getting stuck in no man's land. and left most of the court for Gordon Reid to hit the passing shot into.
Back-to-back points for the 5th seed then from Great Britain, who's eyeing another breakpoint opportunity here. Frenchman Stefan Houdet has come courtside just to watch a little bit of this. He's dressed with a long black or blue hack on. Must be boiling. The big points, can he, in this return game? Must be, you know, really frustrated in that regard, because we are kind of watching. It's just one of those awkward games, isn't it, where British fans have been on the edge of their seats, I'm sure. Somehow Gordon Reid stays afloat. He's hanging on in this game by a thread. It's a terrific, gallant effort. Can he get something tangible on the scoreboard in set 2 here? You can really sense the pivot under this match right here, right now. It's been by far the longest game of the contest, one in which he knows he needs to find a way through. An alley from Joachim.
And the game goes on, doesn't it?
I wonder how many deuces this is now. It must be 4 or 5.
Easily, I think.
Some sets have been played faster than this game. Well, that was a get out. He just got a little lazy mentally there, Joachim Gerard, and just decided to slap that one off an inappropriate low ball down the line over the high part of the net. It was never really going to happen, in all honesty. But again, heat perhaps taking its toll. A bit more cloud cover around Nottingham at the moment, which is really quite nice, and a bit more breeze as well. Another break point for Reid. Well, that's a brilliant effort from Gordon Reid. And he gets on the scoreboard in set 2, trails 1-2 in it, despite taking the opener. That's a really emphatic break for the 5th seed.
Did so well to stay mentally strong there, having missed so many opportunities. Easily could have let his head drop, but stayed strong and got that well-deserved break. Back on serve in this second set.
I think he's going, is it the ice towel he's going for, or certainly an ice drink or something or other out of the cool box? He's not got the blower on him that Anthony Cotterill liked.
Maybe Anthony Cotterill's taken it for tomorrow.
It is there, look, beside Gordon's chair, I see, but he's electing not to go for the cool air. he wants a nice cool drink inside him, which is smart. Anything just to get the pulse down and clear your head a little. It's thrown back into its origin, and he wheels round, but he's on the scoreboard in this very important stages of set number 2. Could not let Gerard run away with it. Gerard with thoughts of what might have been. Brilliant bossy point at the start of the 4th game. Serve instinct from the top draw there. It's just what he could do with, isn't it? After a really long return game, if he can hold on fast here and suddenly throw Joachim back into serve quickly.
Really put the pressure back on Gerard, won't it? And a second one. Can he make it a hat-trick of aces?
Yeah, he's spiking them down, isn't he? I think the first point of the game he hit that big forehand winner, didn't he?
Yeah, that 1-2 punch, the first
right.
serve down the tee.
That's right, yeah,
and
he hasn't missed the
forehand
first.
back behind, and then 2 aces to follow.
Right, he's on it, isn't he? Oh, masterful from Gordon Reid. That was absolutely spellbinding. What a game from the 5th seed. He brings parity back to set 2 with a rocket-like service hold here. Credit to Gerard just for getting racket on ball there. To no avail in the end, though. So we've got parity in set 2. Gordon Reid with a momentum streak here. This hit it. Can you believe it? He was in the driving seat there. And isn't it amazing how we get these massive shifts in momentum, particularly in wheelchair tennis with the serve isn't so dominant. But now you sense Gordon Reid really upping the level here. He's played 2.5 really good games. And the Belgian might be haunted by the fact that he lost that long penultimate service game himself. He's really got to get the right mindset now as Joachim. There's a lovely sort of contented purr around the Nottingham Tennis Centre right now, because we've seen a lot of tennis already today. Play started 9:30 local time, 4 o'clock now. There's one of those gorgeous Reid forehand angles. Gerard's starting to look just a little rattled by it all.
Getting a little frustrated by all those opportunities that he missed. Had the chance to go 3-love up, remember, at the start of this second set, and all of a sudden he's looking at going to break down. Things can change, like you said. Momentum in tennis is a funny thing.
Yeah, I don't think he's seeing the funny side right now. 15-40. Good deep serve though. Outstanding from Gordon Reid, and he really turned on the afterburners there. Such a physical game that was. 3 in a row then for Gordon. 6-3, 3-2 he now leads. Playing some terrific tennis. He's got the momentum, there's no doubting that.
Been such an impressive last couple of games, hasn't it, Paul? Really using that forehand and just really starting to dominate.
He's played a smart match, hasn't he? You know, 2-love down, right up against it, found a way in a really massive Gerard service game to haul back the momentum to 2-1 rather than love 3. You know, and Joachim was looking better and better, but he found some answers. He's just such a smart, cool match player.
He really is. He just knows exactly what to do on the court. He knows Gerard's strengths and weaknesses. He knows that he just wants to bully him, but he's just not letting him do that out there. It's whether he's using the forehand, hitting into the open space, or back behind, and then mixing it up with that slice variation, whether it be with that drop shot or just keeping it low. Really, really clever play from Gordon Reid.
Yeah, and it's the old sort of 10,000 hours or 10 years kind of rule the LTA used to deploy, isn't it, many years ago, you know, that you've got to sort of serve your apprenticeship to really become a good match player. He's done that. He's played thousands of hours of match tennis. He knows exactly what he's up to out here. Can he hold on here and do the tough thing? He held to love his last service game, really emphatically. He'd dearly love to do the same here, but Joachim will have other ideas. A little greedy, Anna, off a ball that was too high, maybe?
Maybe a little bit. Could have just used a little bit more shape on it, but now that he's got the break, crucial that he doesn't let this lead slip. These first 2 points are always really important after you've just broken. Just want to go love 30 down.
quite enjoys playing lefties because that ball moves away to give his backhand return plenty of space. But today he's grappled with the awkward speeds and spins of Gordon Reid. Well taken, so keenly up to that, took it at its apex and dispatched with authority. Yeah, beautiful. High looping, always going to jump off the court, take time and space away from Gerard.
Something he's done really well as well in his last couple of games. Just use the higher ball a little bit more, just to get it out of that strike zone of Gerard, and he really just doesn't know what to do.
2 points for a 4-2 lead. Wow, another telling ace. Spiked down the tee from Gordon Reid. And that is indeed a 4th successive game for the British number 2. He seems to be lining up a potential matchup with his dear friend and doubles partner Alfie Hewitt in the semi-finals. Just 2 games away now, but they're going to be a very hard-earned 2 games, you'd imagine, against the reigning Wimbledon champion, who is full of confidence. Good follow-up there from Gordon Reid, just in case it came back, spreading the court nicely again with that forehand angle. Wow. Pulling the trigger down the line in some style there. That was gorgeous to watch.
That's more like the Joachim Gerard that we know, isn't it? Just hasn't quite found that backhand enough today. Is that the start of something, that little spark of inspiration that he needs?
Pretty warm and easy to lose your grip. Has he lost the grip on this match? Two more break points as a consequence for Britain's Gordon Reid to head out to a set 5-2 lead here. hasn't had as much effect as he'd have liked today, Joachim Gerard. Gordon Reid hasn't given him anything that he likes to hit. Another break point to Reid. Oh yes, a burly backhand banger, just in the nick of time from the Belgian.
That's exactly what the doctor ordered, wasn't it? He was looking down and out, but somehow just found a way to get the angle and break the tram lines.
Yeah, there have been a couple of timely backhand winners, one down the line earlier in the game, and then that firework. Maybe he is kicking on to something. British fans hope not. Belgians do. Great defence from Gordon Reid.
Incredible racket control, wasn't it, on the stretch? How did he find that topspin to be able to bring it down just inside the service line? You just thought Gerard had won the point, but somehow Gordon Reid turns it on his head and gets himself another break point.
Third of the game then. Is it third time lucky for the 5th seed? Oh, he gets it with an absolutely beautiful backhand return right onto the Gerard sideline. Gordon Reid with some spellbinding, timely tennis. Look at this. Wonderful. Flamboyant and free-flowing. The British number 2. He'll be sitting comfortably right now. 6-3, 5-2 he leads. Game away from the semi-finals. Not been his day today, has it? Moment of truth for Britain's Gordon Reid. Wheeling to collect some balls, looking for the fastest that he can find. Wimbledon champion has been under siege. 2 weeks ago, king of the game, now under threat. It's so humbling, professional sport, isn't it? You only live and die by your last result. Simple as that.
It really is.
No hiding place.
Funny how it can be so up and down. One day you're playing your best tennis, and then the next day you just can't quite find it, no matter what you try.
He's played some brilliant service games towards the back end of this second set, hasn't he? You know, when it was all so tight, love 2 down, and he really has turned it on with 5 consecutive brilliant games, has Gordon Reid. Not really put a foot wrong. He goes on these long, you know, streaks of form, which he's in right now. The 5th seed then from Great Britain, Gordon Reid, with 3 match points. Generous applause for Gordon Reid. The 5th seed has found a way through, avenging the Wimbledon final loss to Joachim Gerard, the British #2, with a jaw-dropping performance, quite frankly, from love 2 down in that second set, winning 6 games in a row, coming through 6-3, 6-2 in an hour and 39 minutes. That was just something else. He'll take on the British #1, Alfie Hewitt, in the semi-finals, but that was a really, really solid showing.
It really was such a professional performance. There were just a couple of games where the level dropped, but apart from that, it was absolutely incredible stuff out there. You can see that serve was just so potent. Those 5 aces, really, especially in the second set, was a standout. And again, you just look at the total points one, such a big discrepancy between the two. It shows the domination of Gordon Reid out there. And again, on those break point chances, created 17 break points. This could have been even more comprehensive, but just a thoroughly professional performance.
Yeah, so really knitting together a really solid showing there. Look at the total points as well, almost 20 points difference. And from love 2 down in that second set, I've never seen anything quite like it. He just owned Joachim Gerard, didn't he? With really good focus and strategy and solidity and consistency. He had all the answers from then on in. We'll be hearing from Gordon Reid as he wheels around to tell us about his performance. Let's listen to the winner right now. That was terrific.
The Brits are on a roll today. Congratulations on the win. Revenge, sweet for you?
Yeah, it's not really about that.
Or cold?
No,
cold as a dish.
It's not really about that. Like I said after the final a couple of weeks ago, that wasn't my day, it was his day. And today was my day. I thought I played well. You know, I wasn't serving great at the start of that second set, and I managed to really find that and zone into that, and you know, that really drove me over the line towards the end of the second set. So yeah, a lot of good things to take.
How much motivation did that give you to get it over the line? Because the scoreline for me doesn't tell the entire story of this match.
No, it was a very close match. There was a lot of long games, a lot of tight games. So you know, it could have been a completely different score, but you know, sometimes those ones feel better because you know you've played the big points well and you've done the right things in the important moments. So no, really pleased with the result.
How do you find different ways of beating someone when you've played them several times? You guys have now played each other in like double figures. Yeah. So how do you find different ways?
Well, it's just always about watching back the previous matches, and obviously, you know, I'm developing as a player, and so is Joe. So our game's changing and adapting all the time. So we have to keep looking at what's working well and what the strengths and weaknesses are, and you know, I think the plan against them the last couple of times has been the right plan. I just executed it a little bit better today.
Another semi-final for you. How are you feeling about that, being here at the British Open?
Yeah, I feel good. Yeah, obviously it's good to play at home. There's no fans, unfortunately, but
you had a good crowd though, weren't you?
Yeah,
still, people.
There was about 50 staff from the LTA here, so they made up most of it. But no, it's good to be here. I enjoy playing here. I've played here for years now, so it feels kind of like a second home. And yeah, I want to be playing the semis and the quarters and the finals as much as I can. So looking forward to another opportunity.
Best of luck with it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, a big congratulations to Britain's Gordon Reid. That was a standout showing, and I think he, though he's not letting on to it, will be secretly very, very delighted to come through that, because Joachim Gerard is a man on form and on a mission right now. And well, we're done with our commentary coverage here, but we're still going to be bringing you a couple of matches. We've got a women's doubles quarter-final, in fact 3 more matches. A women's doubles quarter-final from the second quarter. The French taking on the British pairing, featuring Abby Breakwell and Osthuizen, her partner, against Deroulade and Fairbank of France. And then Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid come back after adequate rest against Edbrink and Sheppers in men's doubles. So plenty more for you, and then you can join us tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning local time as well. And from myself, Paul Hand, and Anna Smith, we'll bid you farewell, but do join us for the rest of the coverage. Thanks for your time and company. Bye for now.
It is the women's doubles quarterfinals here at the 31st British Open Wheelchair Tennis Championship. So if you've been enjoying the coverage so far on the LTA YouTube, we've seen some cracking matches so far, and we've got another one for you. It is the French pair of Pauline Deroulede with Charlotte Fairbank, and they will be taking on Abby Breakwell from Great Britain and Cornelia Oosthuizen, also from Great Britain. And this will be the first time that they're meeting each other in the draw.
Seven.
Congratulations, ladies. 6-4, 6-2 win. What was key breaking down their game today?
The court, but no, we both served well. I think we got into a rhythm kind of after the second half of the first set, and yeah, we started playing a bit better, putting a bit more intensity, and I think that's what worked out.
How nervous was those two match points? Because it was getting I felt very tense for you guys watching it. How tense was it for you?
It's always hard to finish. Always.
It's the hardest
It's never finished.
It's never the
never
easiest
easy.
thing, is it, to serve it out at all? You're going to be meeting the #1 seeds.
Very much looking forward to it.
Yeah, it was the goal of the day.
That was the goal. Tell me about that.
Yeah, for me it's an experience. So I told her last night we have to win to play against the #1. So we'll see. Nothing to lose.
How special is this competition to both of you?
Yeah, really special. It's well, for me, it's the last one before Tokyo, so really special. And then got a little break next week, and yeah. So I think, I don't know, we're giving it our best, really.
Good stuff. Best of luck for the next match against
Thanks
the
so
#1
much.
seed.
Thank you. See you.
Is there another match on?
Yeah.
Oh.
it's meant to clear. And lights, lasers.
I coming in or are you coming in? I'll come in.
Semi-final match will be the best of 3 tie-break sets. Our viewers will agree to the right whichever on the toss and goes to serve. First set. Jewelry serve. Ready? Play. Go! Good. Good. Okay. love.
You.
Oh.
Jimmy.
Out. 30-50.
You.
That's all.
Good.
Yeah.
30-40.
Good. Jimmy.
Okay. Everybody. Okay. Ready to serve. Nice. Let's serve.
Good.
Fifty left. luck.
Hey! Right, yeah. Good. Right, yeah. Right. 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 Right.
40, 15.
Je ging net voor hem. Ja? Roepen? Ja.
Right. Right.
Okay. Okay. Campus. Okay, chance to lead 2 games to last. Half usually to serve. Love 15.
Right. Right.
50 all.
Right. Right.
Klasse.
15, 30. Out. 15, 40.
Right. Right.
30, 40. prestige. 3 games to love. Thirty. You. Out. 50-40. Okay. Yes. Release. Ready to get to the 3-1.
Yeah, it's really strange. Really strange. Just like all that. Cool.
I'm happy as long as you are, but